Okay, I'm going to call this regularly scheduled meeting to order. It is Thursday, July 16, 2026. We're in council chambers. And I would like to start with our land acknowledgement. This West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples. Item 2, Pledge of Allegiance. Could you stand with me and while I lead the pledge? Roll call, David.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, Chair Jones is absent, so the voting record will reflect that. Commissioner Solomon. Here. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Here.
Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Here.
Commissioner Edwards.
Here.
Vice Chair, Acting Chair Carvalero.
Here.
And we have a 6-member quorum.
Thank you. Item 4, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion for tonight's agenda, or does anything need to change?
I move approval.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Gregoire, seconded by Commissioner Edwards. And Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Who's missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somebody's vote did not go in.
Is it not? Okay.
Who's missing?
Are you voting, Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I pushed the button,
Okay.
but my screen went.
Okay, so you're voting aye, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes with 6 ayes, noting Chair Jones absent on this vote, approving the agenda as presented for Thursday, July 16th, 2026.
Thank you, David. Item 5, approval of the minutes. Do I have any changes or corrections to the last minutes from July 16th, 2026? If not, can I get a motion and a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
First, second.
Gregoire? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Gregoire, seconded by Commissioner Edwards.
Yep.
Thank you. And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes, and Chair Jones absent on this vote, approving the minutes as presented for June 18th, 2026.
Thank you. Yours didn't show up. David?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hoopengarner's vote didn't show up on that.
No, I've got her as voting.
Okay, great.
Aye, yes.
Okay, great. Do we have any public comments?
We do. I have 3 public comments.
Okay. Can I read a statement? This
Yes.
time is set aside for the public to address the Planning Commission on any items that are not on tonight's agenda. Please start by stating your name and your city of residence. You may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes.
We'll start here in chambers. If there's anybody on the Zoom platform that would like to speak, just raise your hand and we'll get to you as soon as we finish here in chambers. Our first public speaker will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor will be followed by Ali Shahidi.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Victor Omolchenko, a 25-year West Hollywood resident and renter, here to speak on a matter that cuts to the heart of the public trust: the blurring of the line between independent, quasi-judicial commissioners and active, ideological lobbyists. Just look at the news. On July 13th, our city attorney wrote to the California Fair Political Practices Commission detailing Councilmember Chelsea Byers' possible conflicts of interest between outside employment and service on city council. That letter confirms what residents have thought about and tracked for weeks. Councilmember Byers' day job is Municipal Policy Campaigns Director for the Welcoming Neighbors Network, a title she tried to scrub from her LinkedIn just days ago to hide the word municipal. But she isn't acting alone. She has active Confederates right here on the dais. We have Commissioner Andrew Solomon, who behaves more like a defensive shield for Councilmember Byers than as an independent commissioner. He has dismissed residents' legitimate concerns about conflict of interest as absolute trash on social media. Yet during WeHo Pride, Commissioner Solomon was staffing the outreach booth for Abundant Housing LA. Let's be clear about who they are, Abundant Housing LA. It's a lobbying group with direct business before this city. Through their lobbying, they've shown they are fundamentally anti-rent stabilization and anti-renter. And that's a massive insult in a city where over 80% of our residents are renters. Then we have Commissioner Mark Edwards. According to public Treasury Department Internal Revenue Service filings, Commissioner Edwards actually served as the secretary for that exact same organization, Abundant Housing LA. Commissioner Solomon has publicly called our planning process theater and a facade. Well, the residents of West Hollywood are tired of the theater. We are watching this dais, and we demand an end to these conflicts of interest and a genuine return to genuine, unbiased public service. Thank you.
Ali Shahidi, to be followed by Anita Goswami.
Absolute trash? Is that what you called us?
Can you state your name and city? of
This is
residence?
Ali Shahidi, West Hollywood residence, 20 years. I'm asking, absolute trash? Is that the right language for someone in your seat to call us? Think about it. You have no judgment. Planning commissioners, for months, hundreds of West Hollywood residents have participated in the ZIP process in good faith. The preliminary community findings identify two clear priorities: creating more affordable housing and improving parking. Unfortunately, the ZIP proposal before you accomplishes neither. As planning commissioners, your responsibility is to safeguard the long-term interests of West Hollywood residents and not be the servants and agents of morally corrupt and ethically conflicted and lying politicians such as Chelsea Byers, who is under investigation by FCCP. Fair Political Practices Commission for being on the payroll of an entity that does not have the best interests of our small city in mind. Absolute trash. Is that what you called us? How dare you? I ask you to, 1, reject the ZIP in its current form. 2, direct the staff to prepare an analysis of the immediate displacement of over 1,100 rent-stabilized duplex units. 3, eliminate the low-density free-out to developers. 4, prioritize the adoption of a locally controlled TODAP that establishes clear height and development standards and transit before finalizing the ZIP baseline updates. I'm going to say this again, absolute trash. Is that the language that you can use against people here? Think about it. You have no judgment. It's clear to me you have absolute zero judgment. This community has spent months participating in this process because the residents care deeply about the future of West Hollywood. You don't care. Mark, You don't care. You're a servant of Chelsea. Andrew, you don't care. You call us trash. Is that right? Think about it. Our priorities, not the developer's interest, neither that of morally corrupt and lying politicians, people who call us trash, should guide your decisions. Thank you.
Anita, and Anita, I believe, will be our last speaker.
Hi there, I'm Anita Goswami. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm actually here to speak on a couple of things the commission has many times in the time that I have been here, especially this last year, said your hands are tied, and especially with reference to anything from Sacramento. I have asked before multiple times, and I ask again, that state legislation and the analysis be presented to this commission in public. We have seen the terrible impacts for residents, especially around parking and zoning, and yet what we get from the commission is our hands are tied, we can't do anything. I've seen those results of the our hands are tied in the actual project approvals which have occurred here. So I am asking that staff provide the listing that the commission asked for this, because you should be asking for this, is that listing of all legislation that is affecting staff recommendations, but all the legislation that's going on in Sacramento. Come on, the city pays for a lobbyist. The city has people, the many people from the city, both elected and appointed and employed, go to Sacramento or are monitoring what's going on in Sacramento. I am asking that that information be made public and be made easily transparent so that we know what that is. I ask that those potential positions, that the lobbyist, that the city, whether it is a lobbyist or whether it is an elected official or whether it is an appointed official or whether it is an employee of the city or an agent of the city where you are representing the city in Sacramento at a conference across the state or across the world, as may be the case literally right now. But I ask that those positions be made public so that they are visible to us. So when we talk about the city representing us, the residents, we know exactly how are you representing us, and we can then make that decision around that. I ask that there be transparency for that legislation before it becomes law. I see over and over that zone text amendments are being updated to meet a new legal requirement. And I'm saying we should know those requirements or those potential requirements ahead of time so that we as residents can also make our voice known to Sacramento, because it's been very clear that we cannot necessarily trust the city, whether that is the elected officials, the appointed officials, and as I see you as the appointment, or the employed or agents to actually represent our issues. Again, I'm looking for transparency for legislation before it becomes a law so that your hands aren't tied. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Adam Green, followed by Ruth Sislovsky.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Commissioners. My name is Adam Green. I live on Rosewood. I attended a Southern California Association of Governments meeting, believe it or not. I took time off from work because I have just learned about what is about to transpire as of July 1, 2026 in our community. And sitting at that meeting, a number of the people who are speaking to you this evening also spoke at the meeting. I did not speak, but I was shocked at this. I think it was 66 mayors or their representatives. You know what SCAG is. Representatives who were there who had no idea about the Senate bill that is going to tremendously change the character of our community. They were so shocked, they had to vote on it. And council kept on saying to them, you don't have a choice. You have to, it's a done deal. You're going to have to vote in favor of it. But it was very apparent that all these mayors did not know what was in the bill and what was about to happen in their communities. In fact, I will tell you that the mayor from Glendale spoke very passionately against what was about to befall his community, feared for his own election survival once his community, which is made up, sounds like similarly of our community, there are certainly renters. It's a mixed neighborhood, mixed ethnically, racially, everything, that he feared when the developers started saying, hey, we're going up to, let's say, 12 stories, and we're evicting people. Obviously, there's some people that can't be evicted, but the majority of people, the developers are smart and will figure out how to buy people out so they can build their projects. So it was shocking to me to listen to the mayors there who had no idea what was about to happen. As for what is about to happen to us, some of us, very few of us in the city of West Hollywood know what the hell is about to happen. Very few. Certainly the more single-family neighborhood, which is West Hollywood West Residents Association, west of La Cienega to Doheny, there's been a little publicity about what might happen, but it's one of those laws that until you see a bulldozer across the street from you, you just don't understand the impact that's about to occur. So I urge you to slow down everything and support.
Your time is done. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Soslowski. I'm a resident in West Hollywood. I know that tonight you're going to be hearing the staff report and recommendations for conversation. And I would just urge you to be thoughtful in your deliberations, to consider the impact on the community. I believe that increasing density in a commercial zones, limiting impact on the residential zones that exist, taking into account infrastructure, this morning being an obvious example of some infrastructure concerns.
Is this regarding item 12A for the housing that's coming up on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, you should speak under that item and not under general public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll call you up. I'll put you on for that one. Chair, that is our last public speaker.
Thank you, David. Thank you to all that spoke. Item 7, Director's Report. Nick Marisic is going to give us an update.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Nick Marisic, Director of Community Development. I just want to start by acknowledging the large-scale water main break, LADWP water main break that happened earlier today in the city up on Sunset and Holloway. I know many of the people in the community have been impacted either directly or indirectly. And so I just want to make sure people know where they can go for more information. The city has been coordinating throughout the day with LADWP and public safety partners and our public agency partners and posting updates at the city's website, weho.org. So you can go to the city's website. You can also go to ladwpnews.com to get additional information as it becomes available. Next, I have an important update on SB 79, which was previously shared by our city manager at the June 29th council meeting, but I wanted to share it here again with you since I've spoken on this topic at our past commission meetings, at our past 2 commission meetings. The law became effective on July 1st, and it sets statewide minimum standards for certain housing developments near qualifying transit stops. My prior update to you in June was that West Hollywood was not identified on the draft map that was released by SCAG. However, on June 25th, the city was informed that SCAG received direction from the state that their approach to the map was incorrect with respect to planned transit stops. And HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, clarified that SCAG's SB 79 map should include planned TOD stops associated with transit projects for which a locally preferred alternative, or LPA, has been adopted even if the project has not achieved full environmental clearance. And then on July 2nd, SCAG's Regional Council adopted an updated methodology to reflect that, and SCAG staff have indicated they are updating their official map to include these future transit projects with an adopted LPA. That includes the Metro K-Line Northern Extension project through West Hollywood. As a result of this, West Hollywood is now subject to SB 79. The map posted online on SCAG's website does not yet reflect the K-Line Northern Extension or other planned transit projects at the LPA stage, but we do expect that this will be updated in the coming weeks. The July 1st operative date does not close off local implementation options. Under SB 79, cities generally have 4 implementation options. To apply SB 79 as written, to adopt a local TOD alternative plan, to adopt a delayed implementation ordinance for areas or sites that meet specified criteria, which may include targeted upzoning where needed to qualify for such delay, and to adopt objective local development standards that are consistent with SB 79 and do not prevent projects from achieving the minimum state required height density and FAR. We've posted information on the city's website, and so you can get additional information about the law. We'll be updating it as we know more here, but go.weho.org/SB79 is the website. Again, go.weho.org/SB79. I have a second state law update to share with you, and this one pertains to the laws known as SB 35 and SB 423. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has determined that West Hollywood is now subject to the state's streamlined ministerial approval process due to an underproduction of housing units during the first half of the 6th cycle of the Regional Housing Needs Assessment arena. So state housing law, this is Government Code Section 65913.4, as codified by those bills I referenced, Senate Bill 35 from back in 2017, and more recently amended by SB 423, requires that local governments review multifamily housing projects in a streamlined ministerial review process if a local government has not made sufficient progress towards their RHNA allocation. And HCD recently released its progress report for the first half of the 6th RHNA cycle. And as expected, West Hollywood has not reached the 50% mark halfway through the cycle. We have permitted less than 50% of the city's RHNA allocation for the years 2022 through the end of 2025. So as a result, we are subject to this state-mandated ministerial review process for the first time. I will note that nearly every city in LA County received the same designation, and I think that's an indication of the very large RHNA numbers that were given out. Cities can be subject to the law in one of 2 categories: for projects with at least 10% affordable housing or projects with at least 50% affordable housing. HCD has placed West Hollywood in the 10% category due to the insufficient level of production across all income levels. And cities can still apply their own local inclusionary requirements even if they exceed 10%, but that's the threshold for that particular criteria for the process. This is an optional process for applicants, and projects do have to meet several criteria under state law in order to utilize this streamlined ministerial process. We do have the ministerial housing permit application type already in our code from last year, and so we will be updating application materials on our website so people know how to pursue that option under state law if they choose to do so. In summary, the city must now offer this state streamlined ministerial approval process due to lack of progress on our housing goals, and we are working to make this new option available to qualifying applicants. Because this represents a significant change in how future housing projects may be reviewed and approved, I wanted to reach out, share this with you and the community tonight. Those are the updates that I have for this evening. I know I took up a bit of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for that detailed report. Do we have any questions for the director? Go ahead.
As it relates to the last item that you mentioned, the streamlined ministerial permit program, if an applicant brings a project forward that qualifies for the SMP, I understand that it's streamlined, we lose discretion entirely. Does it still appear on the Planning Commission agenda? Would there still be a public hearing on it?
No, there would be no public hearing. It would follow the process that was established for the ministerial housing permit, which points to a number of state laws that predated, us being subject to this law, but essentially creates the permit type to review projects and all the processes and procedures that accompany that. So the ministerial housing permit, as you may recall, does not come to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. It's reviewed through a ministerial process, which essentially means it has to be reviewed against objective standards that can be answered yes or no, as to whether it achieves compliance, and the city has very strict parameters about how it can conduct its review.
I know we passed the streamlined ministerial permit program here at Planning and Council too, but remind me, does it even have a neighborhood meeting component to it?
I don't believe it does have a neighborhood meeting component.
So all the paperwork and it's approved.
Yeah, there is some information. The process does, and I can maybe at the next meeting provide an overview, just a refresher on the ministerial housing permit and what that entails. We have had some projects that have utilized that have in the time since it was enacted, and again following requirements under state law. So this is a new one, a new pathway that's we're subject to. So I can be prepared at the next meeting to share a little bit more about what that process looks like, how the public can find out about it. We do, I believe, have a notice of intended decision that accompanies, that comes and is distributed to the public before a decision is rendered, and we'll be making those materials available publicly.
Distributed through a website?
Again, since I don't have all the
Okay,
specifics right in front of me, I'm happy to come back to the next meeting and kind of give an overview of what's involved with the process and public notification.
Thanks.
Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, and also when you come back, is there any way, I think you've done this before, by which you take everything that's changed and show how that process now works? So if I'm a developer or anybody trying to do something, that you start here and then this applies, so that way we can comprehensively, and the public can comprehensively understand now what's at play?
Yeah, I think that I can certainly see what I can incorporate into the limited time under the director's report, but I can confer with our city attorney perhaps about an informational item or other way to be able to really explain how these recent state law changes affect us and affect our processes in our local code, because I understand it is not easy to follow, certainly for the public, but also for city staff. It's trying to figure out what applies from the state, what applies from the local code, and how do those work together.
And I know you're here for,
that.
I know that you're here for a brief moment, but I was going to ask if you can give a little bit more information. You said something about 10% category?
Yeah, so the way that the state does this review, they do an annual review of progress towards the RHNA allocations. So we're halfway through the RHNA cycle. This is the first year that they're looking just at the 6th cycle. So last year we were still getting credit for our RHNA production under the 5th cycle. This is the first year that they're just looking at for the SCAG region, the first 4 years of the 6th cycle. And RHNA is distributed across different income categories. So there's market rate units, right? There's a certain number of units in that. Then there's low income, very low income, moderate income. Each of those income categories has a number of units that are assigned to it. So if your city is behind, so in this case we're at the 50% mark, so if we haven't permitted 50% of our number assigned in all of those income categories, including the market rate, then the types of projects that can qualify is broadened to include projects that include just 10% affordable. Again, that's the statewide standard. We can still apply our local 20% inclusionary requirement, but it effectively broadens that eligibility criterion. There are other eligibility criteria that may make the process not available to every project that's coming forward. Certainly, there'll be certain criteria that the projects just won't meet, but it is an option that can be pursued that we have to offer under state law. The 50% would be for cities that are behind on just their below market rate, just their affordable unit production, then they wouldn't have the streamlined process for market rate units, if that makes sense. But because we are below the 50% mark across all income categories, we're subject to the broader criteria.
And this is like, and after a year, do they reevaluate? Or are there updates and you now have to give like quarterly?
I believe it was the more recent change, SB 423, that changed a little bit the process for this. So I don't think it is an annual process where it once was before. I think they've defined now specified times when they're going to review progress and then issue their determinations. So my understanding at this time is that this determination will be for the duration of the 6th cycle.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Just one more question. I'm assuming, and hopefully you can confirm, the definition of a multifamily housing development project under this state law aligns with the definition that's used in other state laws, like, say, density bonus. So is it, usually if it's like a mixed use project, for instance, then I think it's like 2/3 of the floor area has to be devoted to residential uses?
Yes, I believe that's correct. The baseline definition of what a housing project is, but there are a number of criteria that come into play that further limit the eligibility that may not necessarily come into play when you're just reviewing what applies to a housing development project. So there are limiting criteria on which projects and which sites are eligible to use this process. And then there are further requirements. Again, it's an opt-in process, so there are further requirements at the state level, including labor standards, that an applicant would have to agree to. They have to submit a notice that they intend to apply for this process, and that the process is specified under state law.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, item 8, consent calendar. We do not have anything. Number 9, public hearing. We do not have any reviews that are subject to the Housing Accountability Act. Item 10, public hearing. We do not have any items that require a public hearing under law tonight. We have no new business, which takes us to item 12, unfinished business, and that's kind of what we're all here for. Our unfinished business tonight is an update to the City of West Hollywood Zoning Improvement Program for housing, otherwise known as ZIP. ZIP focuses on modernizing residential and mixed-use zoning mechanics, establishing objective development standards, enhancing anti-displacement defenses, and properly integrating state-level mandates like state and city bonus law and SB 79. I want to remind everybody that this is an advisory-only meeting. There are no final maps are being approved, no draft context is being locked in, and no project applications are being reviewed tonight. This is purely administrative. In an effort to keep tonight's discussions orderly, I would like to organize tonight's discussion similarly to a public hearing. However, we will not have an application presentation, nor will we have a commission deliberation. I would like staff to make their presentation first, then I will ask for public comment, and then I will turn it back to staff to ask the commission for comments according to the pillars they will outline in tonight's presentations. But I will start with commissioner disclosures. Do we have any disclosures at this time? No? Great. Then we're ready for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Michelle Montenegro, and I'll be presenting the Zoning Improvement Program for Housing tonight as the item for Planning Commission unfinished business. Good evening, Vice Chair and Planning Commissioners. This item will include a summary of technical analyses completed to date and policy options that staff is requesting feedback from the Planning Commission on before taking a policy direction item to City Council. As a reminder to the Commission and public, once again, this item is merely advisory and does not include any implementation items such as amendments or legislative changes. This presentation will approximately take 30 to 35 minutes, and then afterwards will be available for questions. So mirroring the staff report that was released on the agenda, the agenda for today will cover 4 core pillars around growth geographies, calibration of those growth, how do we support vulnerable households through anti-displacement strategies, how to promote unit diversity through specific tools, and how to align our zoning tools under ZIP with state law, including state density bonus law and most recently SB 79 potentially. And lastly, we'll include all the questions at the very end and the questions throughout the presentations, so that's kept in mind the whole time. So as you may know, the city, alongside every jurisdiction in the state, is required to provide a state-mandated housing obligation in the form of a regional housing needs assessment, also known as RHNA. This is addressed in the housing element that was certified and adopted in 2023. There was a specific objective to tracking progress in 2024 and the need to pivot to additional zoning strategies if progress was not sufficient. This is the case for the city of West Hollywood. We also have not done a holistic coordination of zoning around state density bonus law and most recently around AB 1287, along with new inclusionary housing requirements that are being considered for policy update. Additionally, new housing law has also required the application of objective standards. And so our zoning code has not done an audit or inventory holistically since its adoption for objective standards, which is part of this program today. We'll also be responding to several city council directives that have been adopted in prior years. So as mentioned, the ZIP policies or objectives take place based on housing element objectives. They're a consolidated work program following 3 different programs specifically. So beyond looking at zoning allowances that realign with state law, we also want to take a look at a transit-oriented development program, which was a different objective. And this was in anticipation for the future K-Line project. We're also updating objective standards as mentioned. This chart is really the framework where we're asking Planning Commission and the public to consider. We're dividing into 4 primary core topics, as I mentioned. These questions will be filtered throughout the presentation, just as reminders. But overall, the framework and lens that we're asking is that 1, our policy choices are transparent and clearly understood. 2, that there's some large identification of growth geographies and the needed calibration. 3rd is to flag any large issues early on in this process. And 4th is to prepare the item to council in late summer. What is not being decided is any zoning map amendment, zone text amendment, general plan amendment, a project approval, SB 79 implementation approach, or CEQA determination. We're asking the Commission to look at 3 specific tools that we've utilized in technical analysis. This is an overview, but provides some sort of framing to understand how we arrived at our preliminary findings. The first is test fits. These are replicas of what is common housing models within the region and city. They've been tested against financial feasibility, and they've also been adjusted and tailored for the lot composition that exists within the city. They'll vary by growth geographies, as we'll see. The performas are really the economic model that shows that these performas are feasible. They are using current market assumptions, also in alignment with our recent inclusionary housing study. The third is capacity analysis. We have 2 main thresholds to understand capacity. The first is full build out, which is what a theoretical maximum number of units that can be built under the zoning. And second, a more feasible capacity that's based on a number of variables, including barriers to redevelopment. This may include reduced lot widths, historical sites, or ownership structures that are reflective of condo typologies. All of these considerations have been created into a composite scoring to identify more feasible parcels. So the first topic of how we plan for growth is divided into growth geographies and capacity calibration. We understand the reason why, the shortage of housing crisis and certain demographics being locked out from the housing market, alongside our own obligations legally towards our housing element. So we have 3 distinct scenarios where distribution of capacity can occur. The first is commercial, which is taking the most capacity at 66%. The next is R3 and R4, which are calibrated with the understanding that there is a large concentration of RSO and or rent stabilized units and naturally occurring affordable housing. And the third is R1 and R2. There are several options for the last category that can be calibrated based on the desires and community input that we've heard. As we've gone through this process and community engagement, we've made multiple revisions and iterations to these growth geographies and each independent capacity alongside the test fits. Lastly, we would like the Commission to consider possibly excluding sensitive areas. This includes very high fire hazard severity zones or any other sensitive area. The screen here shows the range of test fits that we have come up with. These are based on existing lot typologies, as I mentioned, within the city, so they capture the most common ones, as well as alongside the spectrum if a lot consolidation scenario was to happen. They also reflect common recent development trends that we've seen in between 2015 and 2025. And they're also compatible with early stages of our objective standards that reflect what community values are, as well as what the zoning intent for our zoning code originally is. These are not meant to be direct policy translations, but more as tools to understand what our policy choices are. So the first growth geography is commercial, which would be mixed-use residential. The strategies are to redevelop underutilized sites, and these happen in two ways. One, there is almost none. There's very little existing residential units on commercial sites, about 900 units, and the delta between what's existing zoning allows and what proposed under ZIP is extremely high. So therefore the return is high. We're also allowing flexibility for larger typologies such as towers, which would involve lot consolidation to occur. Placing housing growth around here is aligned with city and regional goals around placing housing capacity alongside transit, amenities, and community services. The test fits for commercial range from having a height of 5 to 7 stories and a DU per acre of 101 to 112. We take into account common ground floor commercial uses as well as our commercial use frontage requirements that are found in code today. We've looked at recent redevelopment cases, and we also looked at different forms depending on the lot size. As you can imagine, the commercial sites that exist in the city of West Hollywood range from extremely narrow to very few larger sites, so that would have to rely on lot consolidation to occur. This is visually where the test fits would apply, test fits 5, 6, and 7. It's largely commercial corridors. It should be noted that the zone C and 2, commercial neighborhood 2, that's found in orange and applies to the design district, actually prohibits residential use today. So that's a potential question to ask the Commission about whether we want to repeal that prohibition and permit residential. Today under state law, an applicant can evoke AB 2011, which overrides that specific use restriction. So this would align with state law priorities. Applying these test fits throughout the commercial zones, we find that we increase the growth by 66% of the total ZIP growth that's been proposed today. Only about 1/3 of the parcels are actually feasible. This could be for a number of reasons. One being recent development, two being recent improvements that increase the land value ratio. So we've taken those into consideration as well as special planning areas. The next section or growth geography that we're focusing on are R3 and R4, which is medium to high density residential. The interplay that happens between density, allowable density, floor area, and existing protected units is extremely volatile in this specific neighborhood or these specific neighborhoods. So we've tested against more reflective replacement requirements for protected units. Protected units are once again rent stabilized units or units that are merely occupied by a lower income household. So those would have to be rebuilt in the new development. That is per state law, SB 8. So to reflect this, we are not changing the building envelope much in R3 and R4, but increasing density. We have found through previous studies that there's a proliferation of luxury units that have larger square footages and less density, therefore not optimizing the allowable density. Our goal here is to increase the density to take advantage of the full floor area available. So the test fits have the largest range of diversity because R3 and R4 has in itself 8 different zones. That includes R3A, B, C, so it's continuous. But the idea here is that we're once again maintaining the building envelope. We are not trying to incentivize the redevelopment of parcels that have historic, natural occurring affordable housing stock. Actually, an interesting fact about R3 and R4 neighborhoods is that aggregated, there's actually more built existing units than what's actually permitted in our city zoning. This tells us the county zoning was less restrictive by almost 2,000 units, so we're trying to return back to that density while keeping the floor area the same. Test fits 5 and 6, similar to commercial test fits 5 and 6, are specifically for the R3C, C, and R4B, zones, which allow limited commercial uses. So they've been reflected in these test fits. This shows.
Just a quick question. What's a test fit?
Yes, I could go back. So it's a tool that we've used in our technical analysis. So we've tested it against financial feasibility. We've also taken into account lot constraints based on the lot composition and variability in the city. And they also replicate current development trends as well as recent building forms found throughout the region. So they've been modeled out essentially. Apologies. Okay. This is merely just a visual showing where test fits 2 through 6 fit. As I mentioned, this has the most variability throughout the zoning districts, and therefore they're paired by lot size. And then the following slide shows our 4 zoning districts, mainly located in WeHo North and Center City. And the capacity return is, it takes about 29% of the total ZIP proposed capacity under the base zoning that we've applied for the test fits. Only about 15% of the parcels are feasible, and the reason why is, once again, replacement requirements for protected units. R1 and R2, are both single-family and low-density residential zones. So there's 4 primary alternatives. The first is to maintain what is currently on the ground or existing zoning today that would require no to minimal change. A trade-off to that is that there are certain state laws, such as SB 684, that does allow the conversion of low-density multifamily or multifamily zones in general to allow up to 10 units. This would apply in R1B and R2. The other alternative is to apply certain test fits to only R2 zones or larger lots. This would limit the scope. Thirdly is to apply the test fits that we're about to show to just transit proximity lots. It's good to know that about 94% of R1 and R2 lots are within a half mile of a major transit stop. So this could potentially capture a majority of that. And lastly, we're asking the Planning Commission to consider a potential local bonus. Something to note is that one of the test fits does not qualify for state density bonus law on a typical lot size. So a local bonus could help achieve certain community benefits. This has not been studied thus far and is being asked for advisement. So the strategy here for R1 and R2 is to allow transitional increases in capacity. So we're creating fee simple lots or otherwise ownership opportunities. The idea is that we largely keep the building envelope the same except for an extra story of height, and we adjust density. Any change to the R1 zone, specifically for West Hollywood West neighborhood or the Norma Triangle neighborhood, would actually require modifications to the design overlay districts that exist there. So test fit 1 applies to our R1. This includes R1A, which is single family, R1B, which is a low density multifamily, and R1C. It's largely compatible with SB 684. It comes in as under 4 or at 4 units, which would mean it would not be eligible for state density bonus law. We've also modernized open space requirements for the specific typology to encourage townhome development or small lot development instead of requiring large common open space. And as mentioned, this test fit would require updates to the design overlays. This shows where the test fit 1 would apply, mostly in West Hollywood West, Norma Triangle, Center City, and the East Side. The test fit 2 would achieve compatibility once again with SB 684, which offers more predictability for the community. Again, it's been adjusted for open space requirements as well as privacy concerns, with specific window placement requirements and massing and entryway requirements. It starts as a base of 2, and then with state density bonus law, because it does qualify with 8 base units, it could move up to 3 stories in height and 11 units. This will show the application of test fit 1 and 2 on R2. So combined R1 and R2 test fits account for 6% of the total ZIP capacity growth that's being proposed. 16% of parcels are feasible. This is largely due to the limited lot widths that occur on these parcels. This is merely to show that there are design and development standards, as I mentioned, that we are making objective. We have certain criteria for change. This includes inconsistent or incompatible standards that we've consistently identified as being waived as part of the state density bonus law process and therefore flagged as barriers, as well as standards to accommodate this new growth. The question about whether sensitive areas should be excluded from any growth is being brought up, specifically for the very high fire and hazard severity zone. Multiple different zones make up this area, include R4A, R1A, the Sunset Specific Plan, and R3B. So it would affect quite a few different zones if excluded. So this is a summary slide to show us what are the capacity changes that are occurring for each growth geography. The Planning Commission to decide to do commercial only, commercial plus R3 and R4, and lastly commercial R3 and R4 alongside R1 and R2 changes. So the questions being asked is, should there be a hybrid of these growth geographies pursued? What should the scale transition approach look like? And then are there any large infrastructure issues? All these questions will be returned at the end of the presentation as well. So how we support vulnerable households are essentially our anti-displacement strategies. To set the stage, we've looked at anti-displacement through different lenses. Growth geography by placing the most growth on commercial corridors where there are little to no existing residential. This would take on 66% of the planned growth or feasible growth. Capacity calibration looks like specifically for the R3 and R4 neighborhood, not pursuing or not incentivizing the redevelopment of historic aging housing stock. And then lastly, implementation tools that we've studied as a result of value capture, which I'll talk about next. To set the stage, about 56% of all residential parcels have a known RSO unit, so that affects quite a lot of the city. The highest proportions happen specifically with R3B and R1B. And this is a visual showing where they're located. So the housing element specifically addresses affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is federal legislation, in 3 specific ways: creating new opportunities in high resource areas, so looking at creating missing middle, diverse housing needs, and ownership opportunities in areas that historically have the most amenities. The second is neighborhood improvements through increases in or enhancements in design and development standards that help the well-being and health of residents. And thirdly is tenant protections, which programmatically our Rent Stabilization Division already does, as well as some anti-displacement strategies that we'll talk about. So there are a few strategies that we've analyzed. One includes intensifying replacement requirements, which would have the most impact on financial feasibility. This could be targeted geographically or by zone. There's also the anti-displacement fund that would come from the value capture of additional residual return on costs from profits that would come from our local bonus. Also through our local bonus is the monitoring and tracking of affordable housing. This would be different from the RSO registry that the division currently does because it would expand beyond RSO units and capture naturally occurring affordable housing units. And lastly is lottery preferences. So this is more a programmatic solution to put on the top of the wait list recently displaced tenants. So we're asking the commission to consider which tool would be the best approach or which tool we should analyze further for further implementation. The next core pillar or topic area of the presentation is how we promote unit diversity. We naturally do this through the calibration of floor area and density. However, there are more intentional tools as well. The City of West Hollywood has a 50% increase of between new construction units and average all units within the city. This difference is higher than the national average, so it's signaling some sort of stock mismatch in housing. To have some intentional tools, one is considering the max average unit size. We found that this is not feasible at the base zoning, but when applied with state density bonus law, which inevitably most developers will take through the fulfillment of inclusionary housing ordinance, it does become feasible. So this is one of the tools that could be used to create more homes while still leaving flexibility for larger homes as well through an average. This specific approach is actually already implemented in our R3 and R4 zoning districts, so we see that today. But however, if we were to take this approach, it would be more tailored. So you can see an example on the right table where it would be the most flexible for the lower density test fits, and as we get to commercial, it would be more rigid. Another opportunity is to look at minimum density requirements. We find that this is actually very prevalent in state law, including SB 684 or SB 79 requires a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. So we can take this approach or we can apply it only in specific zones if needed. Our last chapter and most robust chapter is how we are aligning zoning tools with state law and how we specifically do it through our local bonus, the community benefits that can be resulted or yield through our local bonus, and potential alignment with SB 79. Before diving into how all of these interact with each other, we want to lay out the multiple pathways that one or developer can increase zoning potential. The first is, as I mentioned, certain projects, most likely projects of 11 or more units, are required to fulfill an inclusionary housing ordinance. If doing so, they'll automatically be eligible for state density bonus law, or most likely will be eligible for state density bonus law. They'll optimize the density bonus here, which is traditionally 70% based on our 20% ratio. They will also get potential concessions and waivers along with a density bonus. Second is our existing overlays, which are a local tool. They give moderate increases in height and FAR if certain criteria is met. And thirdly, and most notable, is SB 79, which obviously provides tiered height, FAR, and density based on proximity to transit. We find, obviously not without SB 79 just yet, but we find between state density bonus law and existing overlays that stacking does happen quite often. We can see here with the next slide, there was an example with projects in the CC1 zone. Mixed use incentive overlay zone plus state density bonus law often leads to more increased height and FAR. So we would be remiss if we did not test our base test fits with state density bonus law. We understand that in almost every scenario where the IHO is required, that most likely an applicant will take density bonus. So our base relies on lower heights, but we do assume that through state density bonus law, they'll be able to acquire additional height as needed. So they've been tested at the optimized height that's needed to become feasible with the number of base versus total units. So you can see that the base comparison is on the top line of every chart, and the state density bonus law is at the bottom. When applying the state density bonus law, as I mentioned, you usually get a 70% density bonus, but with our local bonus, we are testing up to 100% across the test fits. The 61 million number is total ROC, so it's definitely not reflective of what could be residual return on cost, but rather it shows the generalized number. So the residual cost can actually be found through the surplus ROC, and that could be used to fund certain community benefits. So we're asking whether a local bonus should be applied through the just in TOD areas as suggested by the housing element, or should it also be applied as substitutes for the existing overlays because they function better with the base zoning. So we will be looking at 100% density bonus, and then there are certain community benefits that we can yield. These include money to the anti-displacement fund that can do bridge funding, or it can include other community benefits that are built on site. This draft map shows where SB 79 is most likely applicable. This is up for change because of the pedestrian connections that each future K-line station will have, and those are some are uncertain. So we're taking this with some stock. And here we have it by each zoning type or zoning group that are replicative of the growth geographies. So for commercial, 92% of commercial sites are within a half mile under SB 79 applicability. About 94% is R1 and R2, and 84% is R3 and R4. So this calculation is definitely in draft form. However, it tells a story that our base zoning does not meet equal capacity to SB 79. There is two specific alternatives in SB 79 that looks at total capacity versus what's existing. This is for the purposes of either delayed effectuation to 2030 or through a TOD alternative plan. In both cases, we would look at capacity numbers for current zoning, the base under ZIP, and potentially the local bonus if that's legal, as well as SB 79. So comparing the base zoning, the state density bonus law, the potential local bonus, and SB 79, there are some inherent implications. For R1 and R2, the base zoning is economically viable. There'd be no local bonus. There'll be typically not state density bonus for test fit 1, but could be for test fit 2. And none of the R1 and R2 parcels, if we were applied to the test fits as they are today, would qualify for SB 79. R3 and R4 zones have been nearly 150% to 200% increases in density. The heights are staying relatively the same, and both the scenarios for state density bonus law and local bonus are viable. Lastly, this commercial zone, which has the most flexibility in both density and height, most commercial parcels would meet SB 79 densities, and state density bonus law and the local bonus are viable. So some takeaways is that our base zoning generally does not pencil out. We're relying on developers taking state density bonus law and planning ahead because they are fulfilling IHO requirements. With addition to density bonus for state density bonus law, they're also able to request concessions and waivers, which often gets them to the desired height that they need for feasibility. Local bonus reaches beyond state density bonus law and can fund potential community benefits. And if an SB 79 TOD alternative plan was to be desired, we can study this and recalibrate test fits to meet the required capacity requirements. So we're asking Planning Commission to, one, suggest if we should prepare an overlay for local bonus. Two, should we prepare a TOD alternative plan, which will require, as we mentioned, recalibration of test fits? And thirdly, if we were to apply a local bonus overlay, what benefits should be prioritized? This is revisiting the questions at the beginning of the presentation, and this is also our last slide to help with discussion among the commission. Both staff and the consultants are on Zoom as well to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So we're going to come back to this policy matrix as a guideline for our discussion.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so public comment on ZIP. David, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Okay,
Our
so
first public speaker will be Ruth Sislowski,
Thank you.
followed by Victor Omolchenko.
great. Please state your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
I feel a little deja vu here. My name is Ruth Sislowski. I'm a resident in the city of West Hollywood. Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. Appreciated it. And thank you all for taking the time to thoughtfully consider the options.
Speaking to the mic.
Sorry. So I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to thoughtfully consider the options and what recommendations would make sense. As a longtime resident, almost 30 years in the city, I believe that it would make the most sense to recommend a TODAP overlay to the ZIP, because I believe that we want to do our own thoughtful planning. And I believe the TODAP is the best way to ensure that we have some input into the development that happens in our community as the K-line expands out. And I also believe that I hope that you will consider the holistic zoning planning. Feasibility is subjective. So I would hope that you would ask a lot of questions as to what people mean by feasibility and where they're getting their priorities and their motivations and their definitions from as to what they believe qualifies as feasibility. And I also believe that finding ways to communicate these thoughts and ideas to people who are not experts in planning and zoning, and ensuring that accurate information is shared in a timely manner as best as possible, since there's a lot of opinions about this and differing opinions. And I'd like to make sure that everybody understands the facts of what's happening, when it's appropriate to engage in the process, so that we're not feeling rushed at the last minute or that it's too late and we missed the boat. So those were my thoughts. Thank you.
Victor Omolchenko, to be followed by Anita Goswami.
Well, Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood resident and renter. I have to say, I'm learning new things. I haven't heard much about this ZIP program since last November, when the community was very actively involved. So being thrown words like test bits, oh, will it be financially feasible, anti-displacement theory. I'm happy those things are being looked at. And I want to thank you for looking at this. I think a lot is being thrown both at you and at the citizens right now. You're in receipt of a massive technical record under the guise of an advisory update. But if you look closely at this Exhibit A, the city-wide full build-out capacity under ZIP and the state density bonus balloons to over 94,000 units, quadruple our about 26,000 units of housing. Staff uses a feasible parcel analysis to soothe the public, claiming only a small fraction of lots will actually turn over, but we don't need theoretical models to see what is coming. We only have to look at the current project at 948 North Hayworth in Center City, and that on Hayworth, it's a rent-stabilized fourplex building that's being demolished for a 6-story building, and worse yet, that project exposes a flagrant blueprint, the inclusion of upper floor storage spaces, and so forth. If developers can already exploit our rules to hit 6 stories on a residential lot, what happens when SB 79 becomes the baseline? Staff tells us the state law mandates 5 to 8 stories near transit, but when you stack, I heard that word, the state density bonus on top of that brand new SB 79 floor, those buildings won't just be 6 stories like on Hayworth, they will soar to 11 stories or more directly next to low-rise neighborhoods. So I respectfully request that the Planning Commission include 2 mandatory pieces of advice, you're giving advice, for the final report which will be prepared for the City Council. About anti-displacement. Commission a duplex tenant protection study. Our city's 1,133 rent-stabilized duplex units are completely unshielded by SB 79's core tenant protections, which only apply to buildings with 3 or more units. Our duplexes are in the direct line of fire for predatory demolition, and the city must map this displacement risk before changing any single zoning line in this ZIP program. And second, prioritize a local protective TODAP. We must immediately draft a local transit-oriented district alternative plan to reclaim municipal authority over our transit circles and establish clear height limits before finalizing these ZIP updates. Do not hand City Council a rubber stamp tonight. Protect our vulnerable RSO tenants, preserve our few remaining single-family neighborhoods, and stop the Hayworth blueprint before it becomes our citywide reality. Thank you.
Anita Goswami, followed by Ali Shahidi.
Hi there. Oops. Hi there. My name is Anita Goswami. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I appreciate the tremendous work that staff has put into this analysis. First, let's recognize that this report is actually a comparison of a draft TODAP and strict SB 79. We need that draft TODAP as soon as possible. However, there's major concerns about the content that has been presented today. I've asked before and ask again for true collaboration between residents and the city to develop a proper TODAP. A few minutes here is insufficient to communicate what we have spent our lives on. You know, whether we're renters or owners doesn't matter. We have spent our lives, so many people have sacrificed so much across the city to be part of this city, to be here. If density is the goal, why isn't the city, including staff and this commission, pushing back on projects that have larger market rate units, for example, 2-story, 1,500 square foot units? If protecting rent-stabilized units, then why has the city allowed, even encouraged, and I've seen it in this body, so much destruction of RSO units? I've observed deliberate denial of objective standards by this commission multiple times. Densification should be on commercial corridors as they can better support the traffic and transportation options, which many people apparently think that's what's so important. Commercial-only areas should allow mixed use because business needs to be encouraged, because those are the jobs that could enable West Hollywood folks to actually pay for their housing and be here. You cannot look at ZIP by itself. You cannot look at that. We all saw this morning a break in our aging water infrastructure. These breaks will only increase with the increased densification. Lake Melrose Almont down here is another example. My point is, densification needs to be aligned with significant infrastructure updates. Planning that looks only at housing and billboards is simply supporting developers, not the city and not its residents. whether they are current residents or future residents. You're only supporting developers. ZIP and TODAP by itself is not sufficient. Second, local bonuses are wrong, as those overlays would simply increase the benefits for developers who already receive waivers at the expense of residential livability and at the expense of destroying established small businesses, especially those small businesses. And lastly, the only geography that can grow in West Hollywood is height. We need a collaborative TODAP with explicit height limits, with explicit objective standards, and especially in view of the RENA-driven ministerial process. We need to work together more effectively. Thank you.
Ali Shahidi, followed by Mike Holtzman.
Ali Shahidi, West Hollywood resident for 20 years. I'm also an absolute trash, and I'm also an elderly white male, as you called us on social media, Mr. Solomon. So this is how we kind of start this, but staff, I think your report has major holes. I don't want to repeat what everyone said, but I think I ask you to reject the ZIP in its current form. I ask you to direct staff to prepare a comprehensive analysis of the immediate displacement risk facing over 1,100 rent-stabilized duplex units, as you heard before. I ask you to eliminate the low-density free-out loophole by requiring on-site affordable housing in all new developments within R1 and R2 zones, rather than allowing developers to substitute for a fee. And then the most important one is prioritize adoption of a strong, locally controlled TODAP that establishes clear height and development standards around transit before finalizing the ZIP baseline updates. The community has spent months participating in this process because we care about the future of West Hollywood. And if you don't care, and if you call us out, it just shows poor judgment on your side. Thank you.
Mike Holtzman, to be followed by Kyle Brazil.
Good evening. I'm Mike Holtzman. I'm a 39 resident of West Hollywood. I support the city's efforts to meet its housing growth objectives, and I believe West Hollywood can accommodate future housing while preserving the qualities that make our city unique and such a highly desirable place to live. I respectfully ask the Commission to make 3 recommendations to City Council. First, keep future housing growth focused on our commercial corridors. The staff report concludes that commercial corridors provide the best access to transit, employment, shopping, and public services, and community outreach consistently favored, Community outreach consistently favored concentrating growth there rather than expanding higher density development into established residential neighborhoods. Second, with SB 79 now in effect, it is more important than ever for West Hollywood to proactively determine where future transit-oriented development should be concentrated. The TODAP will allow the city to thoughtfully direct future growth to appropriate locations, coordinate development with infrastructure and mobility, and preserve neighborhood character while maintaining as much local planning authority as possible. Finally, I encourage you to coordinate ZIP, the TODAP, infrastructure planning, and environmental review as one integrated planning effort. Housing production should be aligned with infrastructure, mobility, municipal services, and neighborhood compatibility so that West Hollywood grows thoughtfully and sustainably. Thank you for your consideration.
Kyle, to be followed by Kimberly Winnick.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kyle Brazil, resident of West Hollywood. I'd like to start by just saying I appreciate staff's thoughtful approach to laying out the topic tonight. I may not agree with every conclusion or recommendation that they have, but if you sat through that presentation and your conclusion is that a one-size-fits-all mandate from Sacramento better serves our community, I encourage you to get time with staff to sit down to understand the level of rigorous analytics that are required to form these recommendations. West Hollywood has been a leader on many local issues, among them tenant rights and renter protections. I know we have commissioners that think rent stabilization doesn't work, but for a lot of people living in rent-stabilized units in West Hollywood, that's the only thing delivering real affordability in West Hollywood today. With SB 79 and the K-Line stations now back on the SCAG map, much of the work we're doing through the ZIP program could ultimately be superseded. Quite frankly, it's probably not even worth the paper it would be printed on for the vast majority of our city, given the law that SB 79 will override these conversations. So I'm asking you tonight to recommend to our city council that they adopt a transit-oriented development alternative plan that will keep our local elected and appointed officials and our staff, the people who know West Hollywood the best, in the driver's seat of local growth and development. Today's water main break is a reminder of why local context matters. A one-size-fits-all mandate from Sacramento cannot account for the unique infrastructure, emergency access, and public safety considerations that vary from neighborhood to neighborhood in West Hollywood. We need our city to do the important upfront work to ensure growth is coupled with upgrades of aging systems to reduce the risk and impact of failures. Again, I ask that we keep West Hollywood officials in control over the development of our city to ensure that our voices are represented. Again, to pretend that California gets it right and that a law that passed by the thinnest of margins after exempting countless counties from its impact, if you think that is better serving the community of West Hollywood, I have a high-speed rail ticket I'll sell you. So again, we can build more homes, protect our quality of life, and keep West Hollywood in control of its own future, and that's what real leadership looks like. Thank you.
To be followed by Cody Christensen.
I'm Kimberly Winnick, and I have lived in West Hollywood on Huntley Drive since 1985. I've been a tenant. More recently, I'm a homeowner. And I urge you to get staff working on a TODAP. I live in West Hollywood West, and I endorse everything that everybody has already said, and I'm going to get very personal. I live on a 6,000 square foot lot. The one that is immediately south to me sold. My house is nearly 100 years old, as is the house immediately south to me, and the house immediately south to that. The house immediately south to that, so the one two down from me, is occupied by renters. It's protected. They have rent control there. The people across the street are in a single family house. They have rent control. You're looking at this neighborhood. We have council members who are really kind of haughty and rude and dismissive of those of us who own our homes. I'm an old retired lady. My house is 1,500 square feet and I have a garden. I also installed 19 solar panels on top of my one-story house. Somebody's about to build a two-story house immediately south of me, and that won't jeopardize my light for my solar. But if somebody builds a 3 or 4 or 5-story house, you've just negated my entire investment, including the heat pump system that I just finished installing today and I'm about to pay for. And I think that there's often a disregard for the idea that those of us who owns homes are somehow dismissible. You're looking at a staff estimation that you can meet 6% of your housing needs by destroying our current single-family home neighborhoods. I suggest that perhaps instead our single-family home neighborhoods, where there are many tenants, not just homeowners, and where many of the homeowners are like I am, older people in older homes, deserve protection and consideration, and the expansion of our housing shouldn't be borne on the back of such a small segment. Further, I would point out that many of these same streets that harbor 100-year-old homes are too narrow to have the kind of traffic that would be developed by a large building. I mean, the idea that nobody's going to have cars is simply not real. And even if it's just that everybody's using Uber, there's not room on Huntley Drive. When you've got cars parked on both sides and somebody's going north and somebody's going south, they start looking for driveways so they can play dodge 'em around each other to get up and down the street. We really don't have room for the kind of density that's being proposed in our single-family neighborhoods. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Cody Christensen.
Hello, commissioners. Hello, West Hollywood. For months and months, you have heard residents come up and speak to you. They have been pouring their hearts out to you, to the council. And at times, we saw the council members looking at their phone or just dismissing the residents. But something that caught my attention was, and that kept being repeated, is that West Hollywood residents are not anti-housing. They're actually pro-housing. They just want housing with a plan. And I hear over and over and over again, all we want is a plan, a TODAP, a TODAP. And West Hollywood was built for local control. Don't you all want to keep local control? Do you want Big SAC to come in and tell us what to do? No. So I think it is integral that each of you take a moment and think about what you are going to say to the council. You've heard what these people have to say. These are your neighbors. These are the council's voters, and they're speaking to you from their hearts like I am right now. I am blessed to be in a rent-controlled apartment. I just got it, my first one in WeHo. I've been here a long time, but I've never had a rent-controlled apartment. I want to keep that. And I, too, would like to own a house in West Hollywood one day when I earn the money to get that. But if they're all gone by the time I make that money, it's not going to be good. So I ask of you to listen to the residents, listen to the we in WeHo, and recommend a TODAP immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that is our last public speaker. I would like to read into the record. I had 4 letters that came in after the deadline. One came in after our meeting started. Those letters will be directed to staff to be included in the final staff report going before City Council. It's from William Gilliland, Justin Tyndall, Elise Eisenberg, and Roxanne Holloway, all West Hollywood.
Thank you. And there's nobody on Zoom?
No.
Great, thank you. So now I will turn it back to staff and Michelle. Are we going to go with that graph and just go column by column, or how does staff want to lead? Yep.
Yeah, we can follow that organization. Okay, so if we're ready, so the first category around growth geography, starting from the top, I can also refer back to the other slides, but we're deciding between hybrids of the commercial plus R3, R4 neighborhoods and the R1, R2 neighborhoods. So where should council focus additional housing growth is the question.
Are we going to do questions?
Can we do them while we're in discussion? Okay. Can you take us back to the graphs that relate to this? Because I think that would be really helpful.
This shows the feasible new units tied to each growth geography, and I can also revisit specific maps as we need.
Okay, so does anybody have comments or want to go first or have questions?
I have questions.
Commissioner Hoopengarter.
I have some more, before we get into the weeds, I just have some overview questions. I want to clarify that if and when the council approves a ZIP plan, will it be enforceable as such, or will SB 79 override?
It depends. So if we modify our test fits and our analysis to show that we're meeting the minimum capacity for a TOD alternative plan, we can do that through ZIP. ZIP would be the vehicle or the tool to do that analysis. If we leave the test fits that are as is, where they're located, it does show we're not meeting the capacity needed to substitute a TOD alternative plan, so SB 79 could override.
And where is that in what your comparative analysis?
So it was the capacity chart at the very end here that shows that the base units under ZIP are under the SB 79 anticipated capacity. And this is all in draft form, so these are not final numbers.
So if we adopt the ZIP as it's currently designed, it would not comply with SB 79, and therefore SB 79 would overrule it?
So our local standards will be enforceable. So it's only in SB 79 would control uneligible sites.
Which is
wherever the
which
local
is 95%
standards,
of the city. So.
wherever the local standards are more restrictive, unless the city adopts some other type of SB 79 implementation framework. So if if ZIP were adopted, we had our local development standards, those would apply. And if and only if there's an SB 79 eligible project, it would apply wherever our zoning is more restrictive than SB 79. And SB 79 is also an option that a developer can take. They don't have to take it.
Okay, but given that the SB 79 districts applies to 95% of the city, in effect, SB 79 would overrule the ZIP.
It would overrule the ZIP, one, if it qualifies to be an SB 79 project, which not all project would qualify. And then it would only then apply if the developer wanted to implement the SB 79
What would those
development
requirements
standards.
be? What would the distinction be?
If we have a slide like the density height changes from SB 79.
Can I ask a related question?
Yeah.
It's in the appendices there on the slides.
I just think it's important to get this clear.
So I think we have a slide in the appendices. We'll take a look at that, Commissioner. We'll try and find it. But
I think that's important to understand because those little circles cover
yeah,
the vast
so
majority of the city. So
there are changes in both density and allowable heights that would be different than what is in our ZIP requirements.
So given this is such a new item, what qualifies as an SB 79 project?
that's what I'm saying. Show me the difference.
Oh, okay.
And that's what they're looking for.
Great.
Is
what qualifies?
what
defines,
qualifies? If a developer comes forward and says, oh, okay, well, if I build on this R3 lot right now, I can build 3 stories. And if I, choose to use SB 79, I can build 8 stories, okay? Well, if we do a ZIP that says you can only build 6 stories, then at what point does the project, is project A is submitted and it qualifies under our ZIP program, what would be different under SB 79 to make it qualify for SB 79?
So I'll jump in just to say, I think maybe part of the reason that it's difficult to answer the question is that it's early in the process, but if the ZIP is functioning as a TODAP, then it would be anticipated by SB 79. So
if it's a TODAP, but if it's
right.
a straight up ZIP, so those are 2 separate conversations, correct?
They could be, or they could not be, too.
Well, that's one of the things we'll discuss tonight.
Right. So if the ZIP were also a TODAP, then it would be within the umbrella of SB 79. So there would be no distinction.
But notwithstanding that, if there's no TODAP, if it's a straight up ZIP, what would be different about a project to make it qualify for an SB 79 additional however many stories?
So there are several criteria that it has to comply with, and just a few. It has to be a housing development project. It must include 5 or more housing units. It has to be zoned residential, mixed use, or commercial. The minimum density does apply of 30 dwelling units per acre, or the minimum density under local zoning if applicable. The average unit size across all the units in an SB 79 project cannot exceed 1,750 square feet, and it must comply with affordable housing requirements, specifically the higher prevailing one, and that in that case would be our local IHO.
So basically, everything will qualify. Okay. Can you define what infrastructure trade-off is? You use it multiple times throughout, I think, the staff report. What does it mean?
So we haven't determined yet which CEQA pathway is required for ZIP. However, we have analyzed the infrastructure conservation element as well as the housing element EIR, and the housing element did contemplate the changes that ZIP has introduced. So in terms of the housing element EIR, the infrastructure impacts have been studied on an umbrella level. For specifically the effectuation of ZIP today, we have yet to do the environmental analysis, and that would follow the policy direction. So that could have us look at infrastructure-specific impacts.
But I still don't understand the definition of an infrastructure trade-off.
So it kind of means like that, adding housing capacity can create more demand for, transportation, water, sewer, park, emergency response, and other public services. So when that was mentioned as sort of, whether those systems can actually absorb the added demand that we're contemplating with ZIP, and what improvements may be needed, and then how those should be paid for. So that's sort of like the trade-off or the consideration that we have to do when recommending one of the different growth geographies. Sort of like, if we are going to be directing certain growth in a certain section, we have to do the infrastructure analysis, the trade-off. Well, how much more infrastructure will we need in order to make that happen? So that's sort of like the infrastructure
it's an infrastructure analysis that would focus on the trade-offs between the options.
Like if depending on the option that's going to be presented or directed,
I'm just trying to understand what the trade-offs are. I mean, I understand what infrastructure is. I mean, we have to fix the infrastructure if we're going to make it bigger. But what are these trade-offs?
Yeah, it's more of the infrastructure considerations that need to be taken into account.
Go ahead. So how I'm understanding it is, if you do this, then this. If you do that, then that. Is that the trade-off? So if you do the ZIP, with this, understanding, then that has certain infrastructure implications. If you do TODAP, that has certain infrastructure trade-offs. Is that a fair way to frame it?
Sure. Like, more growth is going to require more, infrastructure considerations than lower growth considerations. So that, that was just a comparison, between all the different type of infrastructure requirements that might be necessary based on the different capacity scenarios.
Have we ever denied a project based on inability for the infrastructure to add capacity?
Yeah. Typically, the utility providers are the ones that do the assessment of whether or not there's enough, water, electrical, fire access even for a particular development. And utility companies usually will potentially require additional funding in order to pay for improvements, either for water main, pipes, and the like, that are attributable to the development of that particular, or the construction of that particular project.
And that development would pay for that, not the city?
Exactly. Usually, the city also has some development impact fees that do pay for certain amenities or services, sort of like our Quimby Park fee, for example, that pays for the additional infrastructure needs, park needs that will come from additional construction of a certain development project. And there are like water I think, sorry, pardon, sewer fees that are also, and some other infrastructure fees like that.
Thank you. Sorry.
And just to mention as well, as part of the entitlement and permit process, a project has to pay standard plan check fees, but they also post a bond to ensure that the utility infrastructure that's needed to be upgraded or the required public right-of-way work is completed before the permit is finalized. So that's part of the plan check process.
So one of the public comments that we had, I'm sorry,
No, go
Commissioner
ahead. Go
Hoopengarter.
ahead.
One of the public comments that we had was trying to take all these layers into, you can't hear me? Okay. Taking all these layers into consideration, but that is something that we're actually doing as part of this, as part of this discussion.
Yeah, whatever environmental requirements are needed under our legal advisement, we will take as part of the implementation of ZIP.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to definitions. What is the difference between a TODAP bonus/overlay versus a TODAP alternative plan?
So the local bonus overlay is referencing specifically an housing element objective that asked us to create incentive zoning around TOD areas. This would include major transit stops, including the future K-Line project. The housing element also asked us to evaluate existing overlays, like the mixed-use incentive zone overlay, as well as the avenues bonus overlay. So the local bonus is a response to those specific housing element objectives. The local bonus overlay can be a conduit to potentially reach or potentially contribute to the TODAP capacity, but that's still under legal advisement. And so that's why we haven't included those in the draft numbers.
So how does it differ from an alternative plan?
An alternative plan has specific legal circumstances that have to be complied with in SB 79, including how capacity is distributed among the sites that are applicable for SB 79, including that no site should have less than 50% of the density that SB 79 stated, and no parcel should have more than 200% of the density stated. So there are specific constraints that we have to work with.
Okay. Which of the tools that you are outlining in this ZIP program would actually survive state law? So, for example, you mentioned new development standards in terms of, you know, how this new program would work. But would those actually be enforceable under current state law? I mean, we see it every week here, right? Ooh, a development standard. Ooh, waiver. So we put in place new development standards as part of this ZIP program. Do they have any meaning?
Absolutely, that's a fair question. I think that's why our objective standards revisements are so integral to doing alongside test fits that we've contemplated as financially feasible. We're not applying standards that would work in existing zoning. We're not applying standards that would work outside of the specific calibrations that we've done. So the test fits, the building envelope, the dimensional standards, the density work alongside these objective standards, and we've been modeling them out to ensure that they are feasible in most scenarios or most law compositions. And that's why doing this work parallel is very important, because they complement each other.
So, but if a developer wants to waive them, there's still a development standard, and current state law allows them to waive any development standard they want. So I'm still trying to understand what the benefit of these new development standards is if, I mean, we've had projects with 16 waivers, so I'm confused.
So, Commissioner Hubengarner, I think you're putting your finger on really the heart of the issue, which is that ultimately state law will take precedence over local law. That's just basic preemption analysis, right? If they're in direct conflict, that is. And potentially if the law also occupies the existing space of local zoning regulation. But I guess the question today, at least the way I see it, is what policy recommendations and decisions does the Planning Commission want to make today on the questions that are being asked to the Planning Commission here? You know, and these are decisions as to, you know, RSO units. These are decisions as to the specific geographies that the commission wants to prioritize. So where are the areas in terms of policy that this commission wants to express to developers that is important to this commission? Where does this commission want to see development take place?
Understood, but you discussed throughout this process all these new development standards, and so I'm trying to understand what the purpose of them is and the purpose of the exercise if they're just going to be overridden.
They could be, right, and that's true. There are an unlimited number of waivers with a state density bonus law project. It's not always true that with every project they would take advantage of state density bonus law. It's a majority of the projects that this commission sees. Yeah. But it's not always true that that will take place, right? There can be other types of projects. So it does have some value. And then it's not only waivers, which addresses physical preclusion, right? Then you're talking about the dimensions of the space. It can also be concessions, where there are a limited number of concessions depending on the affordability mix that the project provides. So you could hit a ceiling of concessions. We haven't seen it,
right,
sure,
but we've seen developers swap out concessions for waivers. What other people have used as a concession, all of a sudden they're using as a waiver, and so unlimited waivers. We don't need to beat this up. I guess my last part of this question is, if this becomes a TODAP, you know, we tick all the boxes to make it a TODAP, does that in any way improve the enforceability of our development standards?
So the TODAP itself would have development standards built in for those particular areas. So those would be enforceable. They're still waivable, and they can't be waived through state density bonus law. That we can't get away from that. But at least they'll be, you know, specific to at least our local context. But they can't be less than what is directed in SB 79.
Okay.
It sounds like sorry.
Go ahead.
It sounds like we're developing guidelines for developers who want to play nice with the community versus the developer who just wants to come in and do whatever they want given SB 79. And hopefully will create incentives that will guide developers in our direction, but there'll always be that SB 79 thing that can fall out of the sky and not comply.
Yeah, and I also want to just bring up the caveat that objective standards apply to projects that are not going to take an SB 79 route or outside the boundaries of SB 79. So it's important for housing projects in general throughout the city to have some objective standards. The alternative is that we keep the subjective guidelines that we have from the residential design guidelines that go to Design Review Advisory Committee, and those have less teeth than the objective standards we're developing. If projects were to develop a triplex, a duplex, outside of SB 79, these new objective standards would apply. So I think it is important to consider the whole range of projects that could occur.
Okay. Can you explain why Sunset was excluded from the plan and the capacity plan?
Yes, I will mention that Sunset has to be included as part of the SB 79 capacity calculation. Specifically, the Sunset specific plan was not identified in the housing element as being an opportunity to change capacity. And many projects in the Sunset specific plan also undergo development agreement route. So really we're focusing to the most, where we can get the greatest efficiency in terms of our work time and our resources is to focus on the base zoning that is found throughout the city that most likely will not undergo a development agreement.
So wait a minute, if a project involves a development agreement, it doesn't count towards our RENA numbers?
No, that's not true.
Then why wouldn't it be subject to the same laws?
No, I'm saying SB 79 does account for SSP. I'm speaking in terms of why ZIP didn't account for SSP.
Sorry, I need that. You need to explain that to me again because I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so maybe I can help clarify. So Sunset was excluded because the ZIP zoning capacity recommendations are a little different. So the Sunset specific plan has its own requirements for density and for height, based on particular parcels. So what we were looking at with ZIP is the underlying zoning throughout the city, and that Sunset specific plan in and of itself does not have any underlying zoning. It's got specific development standards for each of those parcels. So the housing element sort of direction was to take a look at the zoning and where we can make enhancements and improvements. And we thought that looking at the Sunset specific plans, since that already has its own standards, would not be really helping us with our efforts.
But we have the discretion to include all of our city in this ZIP and or a TODAP in order to assure how we want development to occur in our city, yes or no?
Yes.
So we have it within our discretion to include Sunset and say how we do or don't want that to be incorporated in any of the development that would be outlined in either a ZIP or a TODAP.
Yeah, and in the scenario of a TODAP, the Sunset specific plan has to be considered if we were to wanting to distribute capacity.
And so in the absence of including it, it's still de facto covered by SB 79. Those little circles cover Sunset.
They do apply to Sunset.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't we include it?
Yeah, so if the city were to pursue TODAP, you'd have to consider every parcel in the city, regardless of whether it's on the Sunset specific plan or not. The Sunset Strip was just not included as part of the transit overlay that we considered as part of ZIP.
But we're looking at a chart here that's saying, oh, we're going to add, 15,000 units or 16,000 units or whatever to the commercial and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we've excluded a huge chunk of the inventory in our city from even being a possibility here, correct?
Commissioner, if I may, just as background, obviously, I think this is known, but I want to bring it up. The staff and our consultant team have been working on the ZIP analysis for a number of years in terms of all of the information that's being shared tonight and the analysis. The analysis related to SB 79 is very recent. I mean, we only found out, as I said in the director's report, on June 25th, that we were going to be subject to SB 79. So our analysis here is very preliminary, and in ways that SB 79 and ZIP come together or don't. Again, the information we've been able to put together for tonight is preliminary at this point, and really requires further refinement with guidance from the city's decision makers in order to address many of the comments that I think you're making and you're honing in on. So I just wanted to, again, remind the Commission that much of this analysis has been done and developed before SB 79 was a known factor. And so, but to your point about whether the SSP area that's covered by the SSP could be encompassed in city-initiated zoning changes, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that you know, boom, all of a sudden we've got this new information, although SB 79's been around for quite a while. But I guess maybe this conversation is important but preliminary in that event, because we've got SB 79 to include in our thinking here. So, and I just see that as a big gap and not included in any of these numbers, which is maybe driving, you know, development into areas we otherwise wouldn't want, because a huge chunk of our commercial corridor is excluded from this whole analysis.
And that's definitely the kind of feedback that we can include when we present to council.
All right. Can you, you had sort of a chart that was 2 arrows and 4 segments, and the bottom left segment was affordable housing preservation inventory. Can you define that? There you go. Whoops, back one. There. Can you define what that is?
Yeah, so this is our way to capture and quantify what is identified as naturally occurring affordable housing, meaning that it's not just deed-restricted affordable. It may or may not be rent stabilized, but it has been long stock. So there's not parameters that we've developed just yet, but we want to understand what the composition of units look like in certain vulnerable areas, and we don't really have metrics to define what those are right now. So that would be looking at using, you know, some funds to expand our understanding of what those units look like.
Okay, well that's helpful, but I guess in this context, I'm confused how it becomes a solution. It's just a data point from which you might, you know, devolve some information that would lead you to a solution, but I was trying to understand how that inventory itself would be a solution.
Yeah, I think it's similar to what our RSO registry does for us today. We understand the saturation of RSO units, which parcels can qualify based on RSO criteria, because we have the RSO registry as a tool to help us quantify. So you're correct that it's not directly a policy solution, but more as a vehicle to help us make policy solutions.
Right, so it's a data point, but your headline says, how would we support vulnerable households? I mean, identifying them would obviously be an important piece of that, but it's not a programmatic solution to protect vulnerable households.
We can take that note.
All right.
Thank you.
If I may, just one, because in our long-range planning session, and I think it doesn't say that explicitly here, but in our long-range planning session, we were talking about sort of this issue of a must-build, affordable, inclusionary housing ordinance versus like a fee payment. And one of the ideas that I think came up in that was like, if as part of the fee payment, the city having a certain portion of those funds go toward preservation. Again, that wasn't.
Well, that would be a solution.
Right,
And
exactly.
that was
And so,
precisely my point.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
totally.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So I saw that missing link, and I'm like, oh, I put that together because I obviously read the materials for that for the previous, you know, our long range planning meeting, and I don't think it ended up in this presentation, but I kind of put those together.
Yeah, precisely. That's why I'm asking, because that's not a solution. It's just a data collection. Okay. Did you?
Oh, I was just going to add, because it's a very important data point, because if you don't know, you don't know, and you can't do anything with it, because if you're going to do the fee, how much do we need? Because your affordable housing, they're like 100 years old, 80 years old, and we saw what happened with Skid Row Housing Trust is that they could not fund the care and upkeep of these very, very, very old buildings. So what does our pool look like? and what does it take to maintain them?
Of course, all great points, but I was trying to understand how it was a solution. And it's not.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, okay.
I had a few kind of 10,000-foot questions about, mostly about different slides in the appendices that I wanted to ask. I'll be brief before we get into a policy discussion, but to me this, if you had to sum up ZIP or the presentation in front of us kind of in a tagline, it's production versus protection. I mean, there's a heavy emphasis, as there should be, on anti-displacement. And on page 66 in the appendix, I don't know if you showed it up here or not, but it talks about where RSO is in the city.
We have that map, actually.
So my question, and first, can this be refined at all before it goes to council with like the questions that we ask? Okay.
It would need to be, yeah.
So this map right here shows parcels with rent-stabilized households. So like if you look in city center and there is, I don't know, an R3 or an R4 that has, 25 rent-controlled units in it, you're just getting like one purple, you're getting the purple color of the parcel. I'm wondering if we could have, and I didn't see it in the appendix, I might have overlooked it, but I'm wondering if we could have a breakdown of units with rent-stabilized units broken out by a map all over the city.
Yes, this is actually something that's already in the works, in preparation for City Council, but that's exactly
I would think
what
with the
we hope to
registry,
do.
it's not too hard to get, but I would want to know, where are the most rent-stabilized?
Yeah, and
units
we
in the
do
city?
have the background numbers for how many RSO units are in each neighborhood, for example, or each zoning district. It's just haven't been mapped yet. So if we are curious about those exact numbers, we do have them for reference.
Okay. My next question is about lot consolidation. So it's mentioned in housing element program number 11 that the city will study lot consolidation in commercial and residential districts. It's what we put in our housing element. But then when I go to look at lot consolidation in the appendix, it's on page 180. I don't think you showed this in the presentation, but it's kind of one of the only slides on it, but it only studies lot consolidation in the commercial districts. I guess my question is, why didn't we study lot consolidation in residential districts as we indicated that we would in our housing element?
That's a good argument. So I would say that we actually did by modeling out a test fit that is based on residential parcels and applies to the R3 and the R4 neighborhoods. And that test fit in particular combined two typical 50 by 130 foot lots, which are commonly found in those neighborhood districts. And we were testing out what base unit and what height is feasible before state density bonus is applied. So we're at least calibrating it correctly for when lot consolidation does occur, that we're attaching the correct zoning allowances.
But we only stated in this case, this point that you make about test fit analysis, it seems like it was only done in R3 and R4, not in R1 and R2?
Mostly, yes, in R3, R4, and commercial zones.
I mean, I know that SB 79 is new, so a lot of the work that's done is kind of undone. A lot of the ZIP work that had been done over the 18 months is kind of undone by this new law of the land that applies. But as I looked at the test fits on at least the height limit, I think like test fit 1 through 6 can go anywhere that's in an SB 79 zone as it stands currently today, based on state law.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Oh, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess my question is, why didn't we study other test fits? I think in R1, all we studied was test fit 1.
Well, we actually are in the process of, we've constructed preliminary test fits for SB 79 scenarios, which is where we get like the SB 79 feasible capacity chart that are found in the appendices. We just wanted the ability and time to vet those assumptions more carefully before releasing them.
Okay.
But we are in that process.
Okay. I think that'd be helpful whenever the sort of final presentation is made, given that, you know, it's the current law right now. Next question I wanted to ask about vacancy rate. I think I've seen this number thrown around a lot, that our vacancy rate is low or that it's really high. On page 104, there is a minor discussion, 103 and 104, and the graph on page 103 only looks at projects built since 2015, and I think it determines that the cumulative vacancy rate in West Hollywood is 5.8% for newer buildings. What is the overall vacancy rate in West Hollywood?
Yeah, as of Q2 of this year, so June of this year, according to CoStar data, which is our primary market platform, it is 4.5%. I believe that's right.
And how many units is that?
If it's from CoStar, I assume it's the multifamily.
That's multifamily, correct? Multifamily buildings. I'm sorry, we have to revisit how many units are at that, but I can probably get in the next few minutes.
I think also, I mean, it would just be a supplemental slide to page 103 in the report. I mean, it's great that we dug in to see what the vacancy rate is on new buildings. It'd be nice to see just what it is overall for West Hollywood too.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely add that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those were my main questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, are we actually getting to the information that we're still in the explanation and question and answer?
Somewhat, but I think there's definitely, the questions offer more structure and I think gets to like some core questions we do want to answer that we haven't covered yet.
Okay.
Should I go to that slide now? Okay.
I did have two more questions.
Okay, sorry. Commissioner Hoopman-Gardner.
I didn't see any reference to the climate action plan throughout this, and that's a important part of our general plan. So I'm trying to understand where that would layer into all of this.
That would be most relevant for our objective standards. So due to some goals in the CAP, the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, and some housing element and city council directives, we have readjusted open space requirements so that they tier more proportionally to the number of units and they don't cap as soon in terms of the total number of units of a project. So we'll hopefully get more open space capacity in total. We also explored the potential of a passive sustainability checklist as a community benefit. For example, if a project was to score a certain amount on a checklist and it references like LEED buildings, for example, then they're able to receive an incentive. So those are two ways that we've analyzed so far how the CAP has been integrated into the ZIP efforts.
Okay, and did you look at things such as changing our current development standards in such a way as to have a percent change actually maybe get us back to where we would like to be?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
Let's use setbacks as an example. Let's say that our standard on side setbacks is 5 feet. But that's always getting waived, other than for the fire department. So if we were to move that to 10 feet to help achieve our climate action and create more native soil and et cetera, would that in any way help? Did you study if it would help? Because then a 10% waiver or whatever would be less of an impact.
Yeah, I think the comparison of those standards is meeting one of our criteria for change. So rather than looking at specific strips of, let's say, setbacks, we looked at larger permeability throughout the lot. So that was our main goal. I think setbacks are a way to achieve that, but it's not the primary way.
Great, you used a better example than I did, but that was exactly what I was asking.
Yes, we did do that.
You know, like permeability would be a huge one. Okay. So when you looked at these test cases, or what did you call them, did you factor, when you're doing the cost analysis, et cetera, the incremental cost in going beyond, I think it's sort of 6 stories, which is constructible under type whatever?
7, yeah.
Type 7,
Yeah.
okay. Did you study what under SB 79 going to 8 stories plus bonus, you know, 9, 10, 11 stories, what that does in terms of cost? And I'm just trying to understand, you know, you're saying, oh, well, you know, okay, do this, but it's actually not reality.
Yeah, I think that's why, in reference to a previous question, I mentioned that we are developing what we're calling realistic or feasible SB 79 test fits based on new allowances, but those are in progress right now. But that is our methodology for testing what the construction cost can be and where do we find natural breaks between construction types.
Right, because after a certain point, they have to go to concrete, which becomes super more expensive, and
I thought it was
and-
8 stories. Was the,
yeah, it becomes a tower, and so I guess the question is to say, what does that do for our design standards and all of that? So I wanted to make sure that that was part of the conversation. Okay, great, thank you. I think those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Michelle, we're ready.
Oh, I have just quick.
Go ahead.
Oh, so do you run them through a simulator? Is that what you do? You kind of punch in the variables and then it kind of spits out?
Not so much a simulator, just like rerunning the models, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're ready to go
Oh,
on.
okay.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, the first question, where should council focus additional housing capacity? And these reference the growth geographies that I could pull up. Okay, unless, yeah.
Do we want to go one at a time?
And if I can ask, Chair, and I think as we're answering, maybe we have some of these other supporting questions. As you're talking about where should we add capacity, if you can also mention where potentially should we exclude it, and should we be removing some of our overlays? Maybe we can tackle those 3 in one sitting.
Okay. Does anybody have a strong opinion about this one?
I do.
Okay. Commissioner Hoopengartner?
Imagine that.
That's a good thing.
Okay, so I think this morning was perhaps the universe trying to tell us something. And our infrastructure is old. The city of Sherman was built over 100 years ago. And, just here at the corner of La Cienega and Santa Monica, we've had at least 3 major water main breaks in the past 2 years. Formosa's had 4 water main breaks in less than 5 years. And Formosa is where we've built over 1,000 new units. So the cost of fixing our infrastructure citywide would be absolutely prohibitive. Frankly, it would probably cost more than all the new K line. So my feeling is that given that we have two different water companies, we have a power infrastructure that goes out every summer. I don't know about where everybody else lives, but we have a transformer blow at least once a summer, and we're out of power for days at a time. And that's before we even get into the sewer lines. So my recommendation is that we focus this new development in the areas where it's actually feasible to build and fix the infrastructure, i.e. on our main corridors. So if we were to run, I mean, God bless us, we already tore up Santa Monica Boulevard once, 25 years ago now. But fixing the infrastructure, the length of Santa Monica Boulevard, is much more practical than trying to fix the infrastructure the length of Westmount all the way to Beverly Boulevard, the length of Westbourne all the way to Beverly Boulevard, the length of Huntley, et cetera. And that's before we, you know, those are just my neighborhood streets down the hill, okay? I can't imagine ripping up each of those streets and fixing all of that infrastructure, because notwithstanding any fee that a developer would pay to build, what's the one we just looked at 833 Westbourne, you know, they pay a fee to build that 6-story building. That pays for a connection. That pays for whatever's needed in that immediate part of the street. It doesn't pay for the whole length of the street. And those houses, my house is 104 years old, 105 years old now, okay? And I'm on Westbourne. All right, these houses were built for the workers at the city, you know, at the train yard, okay? And our streets were built for that, okay? It's one of the things that people love about our city. But that infrastructure is not going to support putting all of these 7, 8-story high-rises, and that's before we get putting all of that weight on our water table. So I am suggesting that we focus this development on the main corridors, where it also makes geographic sense to put the height along where there's existing height, along the major transit stops, along where all of the shops and the services are located. And that way we could support the growth. But if we try and put it sprinkled throughout all of these neighborhoods, it's not tenable. It's fiscally impossible. And there's no way, unless we, you know, cherry pick and we say, okay, well, you can build on Gardner and you can build on Huntley and, you know, just pick a couple of random residential streets. If you just open that can of worms, we can't support it. It's just not doable. I can't even think about the millions and millions and millions of dollars the repairs are going to cost for what just happened this morning. I'm sure we've lost the book soup. If dialogue comes back, I'll be surprised. So many of our neighborhood serving businesses are now gone after this morning. And we can't sustain that. That's before we even talk about, you know, the citizens north of the boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, who are now trapped, essentially. And God forbid they had an emergency and needed to get someone up there in the middle of that fire, that river running down the hill. So I think staff has done a great job here. I mean, you've taken a ton of information. Unfortunately, none of us had really more than a few days to try and digest it. So if you come forward again with this kind of stuff, I would really appreciate it if you gave it to us with more than a week to review, for not just my benefit, but everybody's, so that we have time to really digest it and understand it and contribute, because this is really complex. But I digressed a little bit, but I want to stick to this answer.
Could I ask, because that was a really great point, can I ask if anybody else has any opinion on that we could add? Go ahead, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, so I'm inclined to agree that I think a lot of growth being directed at arterials, at commercial corridors is smart planning. I'm also going to say that I've been grappling with this issue of what areas should be excluded. And I think it's complicated for a couple of reasons. One, I think what's not complicated is that we live in an area that's subject to a number of natural disasters, and one of them being fire. And we do have a lot of fire-prone areas here in West Hollywood. I myself have lived in a house that burned down about 16 years ago, and I know it's extremely stressful. And yeah, it's I can't think of I can think of few things more stressful for a human to have to deal with than their house burning down, or the fear that their house is going to burn down. I think, if you look, obviously the updated CAL FIRE maps are quite extensive for West Hollywood. There's a lot of impact. A lot of our R3 and R4 zones fall into it's a long acronym. It's like the very high fire hazard severity zones. They put that extra H in there after the F, and I'm always like, wait, what's that second H for?
Well, it's the extra S that always confuses me.
Right. So one of the things that I want to say about this, I think, it's a head scratcher, and I'm glad I'm not the final decision maker on it, because I don't think it's a simple decision, right? We have to grow. As I mentioned before, first of all, a lot of our existing high-density multifamily developments are already in our what the new CAL FIRE map identifies as I'm just going to call it a fire zone, but I don't want to confuse it with like a moderate fire zone or just a high fire zone. I think for me, what seems like the really dangerous overlay is the very high fire hazard severity zone and a hillside area. I think like these hillside areas that have these sort of squiggly roads that are difficult to navigate, and a lot of whom only have one entrance and one exit, that is not where I think we should be adding density. That said, if we're going to exclude those areas, and I think there's a highly valid argument for excluding those areas from adding density. Although, again, some of them already do have dense development, so there's a double play here, right? We have to acknowledge that if we're going to say we're not building dense development here, that as a long-range planning exercise, which is what we should be doing, that means there's an inevitable loss of units, right? A building lasts for like 80 to 100 years, and as those buildings age and then eventually maybe become defunct, we might be losing those units permanently because we've said we're not going to replace these with new dense developments. But it also means, as we've acknowledged time and time again in this particular meeting and others, since we're already not meeting our arena housing goal requirements, that we have to shift that growth in the immediate term to somewhere else. I don't think all of our growth can be on our commercial corridors, although I think we can do our best to direct a lot of it there. There's several reasons why. One, commercial corridors also have to support other types of development, right? Commercial development, office development. You've got loading zones. You've got a lot of competing uses on commercial, on arterial roads. And the other thing is that different people have different needs. Different families have different needs. If we're saying that we're only putting dense multifamily development on commercial zones, then that means that the only affordable residential units would be on commercial zones. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to say that my kid, not my kid, I don't have a kid, but my hypothetical kid has to grow up on Santa Monica Boulevard, where they can't, they don't have the capacity to like play a game of ball in the street with their friends or whatever. I think that acknowledging an equitable, diverse distribution of of households also means acknowledging an equitable, diverse distribution of housing types. And so, yeah, I wanted to lift that up, I guess. I think we should be directing housing capacity. Again, if we're gonna make the argument that it won't be in our very high fire severity zones that overlay with a hillside area, then we have to be ready to absorb that growth elsewhere, and also the inevitable loss of units that will result from not replacing the existing dense multifamily developments that are already in those areas.
Thank you. Okay, that's two clear recommendations for staff. Do we have any other comments? Yeah, Commissioner.
I would just concur on the very high fire zones should be excluded. But I don't agree on the, it's not a very big space. There's not very much there, and it's already very high density. So I'm not sure how much we're losing in that zone in terms of the total build out. But I would absolutely agree on excluding the very high fire zones.
Commissioner Gogor.
So, I was a rent stabilization commissioner for over 16 years. I just want to talk about rent stabilization. There's rent stabilized units that are affordable all over the city in all of our residential zones, R1, R2, R3, R4. Whatever path we take, I think we need, at all cost, we need to preserve that rent-stabilized housing stock. I agree. We really, to the largest extent possible, we need to prioritize new development along our commercial corridors. You know, if we had to, you know, it's like, I'm not sure I really understand the TODAP, the alternative plan. Obviously, under SB 79, we have no local control. I don't know what a TODAP will do for us. I don't know if through the TODAP process we could basically shift all development to the commercial zones and save all of our residential neighborhoods from you know, development that they may not be comfortable with. It might result in a significant loss of rent-stabilized housing stock, whether it's in 4 or 5 story buildings or duplexes or triplexes in, you know, Norma Triangle, West Hollywood West. I don't want to see any of these rent-stabilized units be lost. So whatever the city can do to shift this development under a legally defensible alternative plan to commercial corridors or somewhere else, I think that should be explored. And right now, I don't think we have any idea whether we could create a legally defensible alternative plan that could take the pressure off some of these neighborhoods, which is of great concern to so many of the people here. But I definitely think it's something that the city should explore before any final decision is made on any of this. We need to see whether some sort of alternative to SB 79 is possible, and whether it's going to be legally defensible. But look, this city was created by renters, for renters. We have an incredibly admirable rent stabilization ordinance. We wanted to protect the people that lived here. We didn't want people to be displaced when West Hollywood became wildly successful and rents skyrocketed here. So whatever happens with SB 79, I don't want to see my neighbors displaced. So whatever we can do, again, whether it's, I doubt we can shift all this development to the commercial corridors and have that withstand legal scrutiny under SB 79, but I think it's something that needs to be explored.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire. I think the SRO discussion will come up heavily in the anti-displacement strategies conversation. So Michelle, have we dealt enough with these comments, as first category comments?
I have comments.
Sorry. Commissioner Edwards? Oh, sorry. Nick wants to speak.
Sorry, Chair, if I may, I was just hoping to take the opportunity to address some of the questions that Commissioner Gregoire raised with respect to SB 79. I know it's new, so I just want to stick to what's written in the law, but I just wanted to uplift a few of the provisions, so hopefully it can be helpful as you're thinking through the potential implications. So one of the provisions in the law says that a development proposed pursuant to this section, which is the SB 79 statute, shall not be located on either of the following. One, a site where more than 2 units, a site containing more than 2 units, where the development would require the demolition of housing that is subject to any form of rent or price control through a public entity's valid exercise of its police power that has been occupied by tenants within the past 7 years. So that's one of the exclusions for sites that can take advantage of the SB 79 provisions. Sites that contain more than 2 units where the development would require the demolition of RSO housing. And then the second is a site that was previously used for more than 2 units of housing that were demolished within 7 years before the development proponent submits an application under this section, and if any of those units were subject to any form of rent or price control. So I just wanted to share that just to help frame the question about SB 79 as it pertains to the intersection with RSO housing stock. Again, we do, as was shown in the presentation, have RSO units on sites with with fewer than 3 units. I know that was mentioned in public comment as well. So there is some overlap with SB 79 and RSO units, but where there's more than 2 units is what it says. Those sites are excluded from utilizing SB 79.
But that would exclude a 2-unit duplex as brought up by the public of the 1,100 units, so those wouldn't be protected.
Yes, precisely.
Okay.
The other point I wanted to say was with respect to a TODAP, Transit-Oriented Development Alternative Plan, or TODAP as it's been referenced, that there are restrictions on, it does provide for the ability to move some of the capacity around within the transit-oriented development zones, but there are limitations on that. And so I'm going to go back to the section of the statute, and I'm reading from, apologies, 65912.161, which is the part of the statute that speaks to what a transit-oriented development alternative plan is, how it gets adopted, and what it can contain. It shall maintain at least the same total net zoned capacity in terms of both total number of units and residential floor area as provided for in this chapter. So as SB 79 provides, you have to maintain the total number of units and residential floor area across all transit-oriented development zones within the jurisdiction. That's one standard for a TOD alternative plan. It says that, and it provides for how the capacity is calculated. The plan shall not reduce the maximum allowed density for any individual site on which the plan allows residential use by more than 50% below that permitted under this chapter. And then there are 4 exceptions. So there are limitations to being able to move the density around and say, we're not gonna, have as much here, we're gonna move it over here. There are restrictions on that. There are 4 exceptions, and I'll read those as well. One is sites within a very high fire hazard severity zone. So those are not subject to that restriction on not reducing it below 50% of the SB 79 density. The second one is not applicable to us, but sites that are vulnerable to 1 foot of sea level rise. The third is sites with a historic resource designated on a local register, as long as sites that are excluded on that basis do not cumulatively exceed 10% of the eligible area of any TOD zone. So there's a provision that allows for historic resource sites to be excluded, but with limits. And then the fourth one is that sites within 1/2 mile of a Tier 2 TOD stop shall not have a density below 30 units per acre and a residential floor area of 1.0, except for the sites just listed above. And it specifies that in that area it should be considered for attached entry-level owner-occupied housing development opportunities. There's obviously a lot more to the law. I don't want to delay your discussion further, but since you raised a number of questions about what is SB 79, what is an alternative plan, what does that mean for RSO housing, what does that mean for in various ways. I just wanted to share some of those additional provisions. Again, I'm just reading from the law itself, and we would certainly need direction from the council were we to explore further how that could be developed and analyzing capacity and so forth. The analysis that we're presenting tonight is very preliminary, and for the purposes of trying to understand and help everyone understand a little bit more about this law and how it relates and doesn't, right, to the work that we've been undertaking with the ZIP program.
So, question. Well, I just want to expand on what he just said, that's all. I just want to understand, does it prevent you from saying, okay, if we do the commercial corridors and wanted to say, okay, in order to achieve the numbers that we want to achieve, we want to go, let's say, 4 units into the related R3 and R4 zones around that corridor, but that would be the limitation. Is that an option? So, again, trying to keep it near the infrastructure.
Right. So we can certainly look into more specifically what might, if there's a certain policy direction that's given in terms of what we want to achieve, we can explore what the parameters of the law would allow for. But I wanted to call attention to the restriction that the maximum allowed density on an individual site, there are certain limitations on how much any individual site can be reduced, right? With those exceptions that I mentioned. And then also taking into consideration that sites with at least 3 RSO units are not eligible if they're going to be demolishing those units as part of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Solomon.
Thanks for affording me that opportunity.
Thanks. I'll go to the first and second bullet point to speak on. I know Mark's next, but where should council focus additional housing capacity? I think it's a pretty short answer that we already answered in our housing element. We should focus additional housing capacity around high resource areas. And that includes areas that are close to existing transit and future transit. That includes areas that are close to job centers, places where people can get to work, can get to school. That also is proximity to open space in public parks. To jump to the next question, should any areas be excluded from growth? Ditto to what David Gregoire said. And if we look at this map that shows where the RSO parcels are, I don't think anyone wants to see anyone get Ellis'd because of this, because of ZIP, because of SB 79. You can't get Ellis for the most part because of SB 79. And I don't think we want to see anyone, I don't think we want people that cannot control their own destiny, that have a landlord that would sell the project out from underneath them, from 16 people that live in a dingbat in an R3, and all of a sudden that's now zoned to 8 stories. You're going to displace those 16 people. So I know it gets to anti-displacement, which we'll get to, but I think that protection of our current RSO units is, like I said, this whole thing is production versus protection. Let's produce, but let's also protect. I think I'll just call it the fire zone as well. I think that there's something to be said about the fire zone. It is already a densely zoned place, mostly north of Sunset, and it's mostly R4 up there to begin with. Obviously new buildings are safer and more fireproof than old buildings. Nonetheless, it is hillside. There are evacuation concerns, and that's not an unfounded concern. I hear that. But I think what's paramount to me as we go forward, this city was founded on rent control. And I think protecting those people that have lived for decades in a rent-controlled unit that have no agency to control what happens to their building, I think is really important.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
I know I already had my turn. So I was going to say this under the anti-displacement strategies. I don't know if it'll come up. But I saw a couple of comments from members of the public talking about this sort of must-build / fee-out option for our inclusionary housing ordinance. And I had this in mind when we were discussing it in our long-range planning committee. But I do think that giving smaller developments the opportunity to fee out instead of must build discourages them from taking a density bonus and building very dense developments in the fire / hillside areas where we kind of want to discourage it. If someone's going to build a 2 to 10 unit development, like say like a 4 or 5 unit development up there, we kind of want to keep it that. But if we mandate that they replace, like have 1 or 2 affordable units in that, it's not going to pencil. They're going to ask for a density bonus, and then we're all going to be sitting here, until 11 p.m. and people are going to be rightfully upset that someone's proposing like a 20-unit building in a fire-prone hillside area. So I just want to explain part of the reasoning behind that. There's a nexus there.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards.
Oh, yeah, I was going to agree with excluding the very high fire zone. That makes total sense. I am a renter in a rent control unit that is a dingbat. And I guess the question that keeps running through my head as we're looking to protect affordability, right, and is that at some point these buildings do lose their habitability and become more expensive. When you do the calculation, is that part of, like, at some point there's going to have to be some kind of replacement? And how do we do the replacement that protects the folks who are living in these buildings and maintain some kind of affordability?
So under state law, there are government section 66-300 refers to demolition protections and replacement requirements, and those apply to what we call or define protected units. Protected units are rent stabilized units. They're also units that are in the process of being LS. They're also units that have lower income households, even if they're not rent stabilized. So those have to be replaced in the new development. There was a certain filter that we applied for feasible parcels where we're understanding whether the replacement requirements are higher than the IHO requirements, and that was identified as a specific barrier to feasibility because IHO optimizes state density bonus law up to the certain percentage. But if there's higher replacement requirements than our IHO affordability requires, then they're not able to offset as much with density bonus. So that is calculated into all those pro forma scenarios. Did I answer your question?
I would say yes and no. I kind of understand what you said, but from the perspective of a layperson, does that mean what you're saying is that cost-wise it's prohibitive to replace? And so it basically, we're going to be in a situation by which these buildings get older and older. Because also looking through a climate change lens that, like, the wiring is old and the cost to replace it. So, somebody needs an air conditioner in that space it creates challenges. But that can't be really in the calculation. You're just saying that from an economic perspective, based on what we're presenting now, that it probably would not be replaced and it'll be there unless they try to alice it and go through all that drama.
Yeah, based purely on a financial feasibility perspective and understanding the legal requirements for replacement, right? It does seem that, when there are more affordable units under replacement required, it would not redevelop most likely.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopenberger?
No, you.
No? Oh, no, I mean, I don't have anything new to add to the conversation. I'm totally on board with everything that's been mentioned, and I'm excited about capacity collaboration because I do have strong feelings about this. So do we want to move into the next category?
I think we wanted to get folks' take on removing residential prohibitions in commercial-only overlay areas in CN2 zones. So if there are any thoughts on that.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Capacity calibration. So we were talking a little bit about dimensional standards, a little bit with regards when we were talking about test fits and some of the climate action, standard integration, and then also any design or infrastructure issues that we need to flag for the City Council. And we already talked a little bit about some of the infrastructure needs, especially with regards to the recent incident, but anything else that we should consider taking to the Council for consideration?
Yeah, maybe I'll take a lead on this one because I've mentioned it here in Planning Commission before. As we see these projects come through without or with very little parking or no parking and very minimal green space, I've been trying to beat the drum on more green space and trying to identify parking that's available in the city, which I understand there are buildings that don't they don't have 100% capacity in their parking structures. So could we use some of that parking to support these buildings that are able to build without parking, and they're able to build without usable green space? I mean, every great city that we know around the world has great green spaces, and I would like to see the city invest in that. And one of the things that I mentioned, which I know we have, Melrose Triangle coming with, like, could the city enhance the development by creating more parking structures, more parking in that development that could support Norma Triangle and West Hollywood West. I know that we're doing a development, across from City Hall where the new theater is going to be. Could we, and I know there's a pocket park that's going in there, could we make the pocket park a little bit larger? Could we add more parking for that immediate neighborhood? And I would really like to see, and I know this was controversial for the community, it was before I was on Planning Commission, but Plummer Park, had a great plan in place that had a lot of parking underneath, proposed a lot of parking underneath the park, and a new amphitheater, and a lot the historical buildings were going to be restored. And I looked at the plan and I thought it was it was a feasible plan that would really bring improvements to that area. And that kind of development would create the green space and the additional parking for any developments that are happening or will happen in East West Hollywood. So I'm just going to say this over and over, probably when we have projects coming to the table, because I think I don't want to spend money fighting Sacramento. I would prefer to spend that money in infrastructure that makes our city a great place to live. So that's my recommendation on that one.
I just want to jump in here because one of my notes is, in fact, we're talking about a 25% increase in our population under this proposal. I did the math. It would be a 25% increase in our population with no proposed increase in our green space. And we are already very, very under-greened by any city's measure. And we're talking about building buildings that are more dense, smaller units, people are on top of each other. And if we don't create open space, we create an unlivable community. And I think that I 1,000% second your motion, and I think that is paramount. And especially given the fact that we aren't going to see a subway for the next 20 years on a good day, we absolutely need to address parking. I've already brought it up once. Beverly Hills has a vibrant commercial corridor, They've got parking.
Yeah, I would echo green space and having some sort of local bonus program to incentivize buildings providing, whether publicly accessible or not even, and not just common space that's rooftop space, but I mean like actual green space. I mean, one of the housing typologies that I would most like to see is urban courtyards. I think that those are a great place for families. That courtyard is a great place for serenity. It's peace of mind. It's good for our climate. But
Creates community.
Creates community. It barbecues all the time in the courtyard. But I think that the way that our zoning is currently set up, it's pretty tough to accomplish that. So I would, honestly, it's the most legit criticism of this sort of build, YIMBYism is that it just creates boxes. I get that. I think it's the best criticism of it. So incentivizing the creating of different typologies in more green space, but you've got to do it with a carrot and not with a stick. If you provide a courtyard, you get 2 more stories or whatever it is. But I'm all for creating more green space.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then one of my understandings, I guess, of a Toad app, and I would love to see one baked into this zip that's already been in the works for years, is that we can create community benefit and bonus structures based on what we as a city want to see. I would love to see a bonus structure, and this is in the city of Los Angeles. They have this in the new downtown community plan, where in exchange for providing publicly accessible open space or privately owned public space, POPs. I kind of like that better than saying it every time. You get like a certain FAR bonus, or which basically just results in the ability to build a taller building. So they kind of baked in their own density bonus, incentivizing things like childcare, which I saw in I don't know, one of the many pages of the documents that we read today. I think the child care incentive one is difficult because you're not talking about just building a commercial space, but you're talking about having it be occupied by a very particular, I think it's a great idea, but I think it would be hard. It's actually hard in implementation because how do you control what tenant, if a pizza tenant wants to move in or something and they're like, okay, I can pay the rent, and the child care tenant just isn't there, or they run the business there for a couple of years and then for whatever irresponsible business practices or whatever, they go out of business. Now they've already taken the incentive and they've just got a vacant commercial space. I think it's really hard to implement, but I think the open space one is actually a really great idea. I would love to see that implemented as a really strong bonus for higher density mixed use and multifamily developments proposed in commercial zones, and also proposed in multifamily zones when they're assembling, let's say, a certain number of lots. So if you're going to assemble 3 or more lots, then you have the option of taking this incentive to increase FAR if you'll provide POPs on the ground floor. I love that because it gives each pocket, each neighborhood sort of its own little pocket parks. We talked about this in the, not today's, but the last long range planning committee meeting. We were talking about open space, and I was talking about, folks who've traveled to, let's say, Berlin or Paris, you'll notice a lot of times their residential buildings are quite tall, even on the inner streets. They're like easily 70 feet tall. They have very little front yard and very little side yard, but they all have a really big rear yard. And they'll have like maybe a few parking spaces back there. But what it does is that it creates for each block, everyone's shared rear yard creates a little park, or actually sometimes quite a large park, on each block. And it's also nice because you've got built-in vigilance. Like mom and dad are in the apartment cooking, whatever, cleaning, doing whatever they're doing. They're all looking out the window and they can see all the kids playing in the middle, And so they've got like sort of a little village park there. It feels safe, it's insulated, it still feels private, but it's like it's straddling the line between public and private. And I think I would love to see that sort of development. I would love for us to incentivize that, get some open space in exchange for the density that we obviously desperately need.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. We actually have a precedence for a private park, so a public park on a private land in
Hayworth.
East West Hollywood, right?
It's on Havenhurst.
Yeah.
And Formosa Park, apparently, right? Was also a, yeah.
It
So
used to be a community garden.
So we
I had a
could
plot there.
potentially, what were the mechanisms that were used to create that public park on private land? Do you know, or do you recall?
I don't recall if it was just a negotiated agreement with that particular developer, but it was also a very well-respected architect.
If I recall correctly, it was actually offered by the
It's offered
developer.
by the- yeah.
It wasn't demanded by the city or anything. It was offered by the developer. Because again, I had a plot in that community garden, so I was very familiar with what was going on with my garden.
Yeah. And yeah, we also have them up on Sunset too in some of the hotels, even though they may not seem like they're public, but they're actually public pops, right, as well. Yeah.
Commissioner Evers, do you have any comment?
Oh.
You don't have to. I thought you.
Oh, no, I just I support that, the urban courtyard as one of the typologies. I think that was a great, and I just add, I thought was very well said by the commissioners who spoke on it, is we're going to be welcoming all these people and also the people who live here. So the whole idea of having more green space where we could rub elbows and get to know each other and grow the strength of our social cohesion, I think is a great idea.
I would just add to Commissioner Harris's point, and this concept of community. I mean, everybody loves Europe, Paris. I mean, all this, and it's the walkability. And what is the walkability? It's that variation, it's that vibrancy, it's that ability to sit down and have a beverage. It's to sit down on a bench and talk to your neighbor. It's the ability to just pop out with your evening whatever and just have a conversation. I just saw something from somebody I know. They posted a video and they said they'd just gotten off the plane in Munich and they had walked for 4 hours. And it was 9 o'clock at night and the city was alive. And it's actually one of the things that attracts people to West Hollywood. Boys Town and all of that vibrancy and all of that activity. That's what we should be working to create as we grow this. And that ability to just walk out, create the stoop environment where people just, I mean, I sit out on my front porch and the people walking their dogs stop and they chat. And that's a neighborhood. That's how you get to know your neighbors. If I don't sit out on my porch or walk my cat, I'm not a dog walker, so I don't see everybody, but I have the luxury of a front porch. And the vast majority of this city doesn't. So to the extent, especially if we're going to be creating, 8, 9, however big high rises, that we can create a front porch and an open, vibrant community, to me that should be absolute top priority on our list.
And I think things that we can take a second look at, dimensional standards that currently exist, or all of the setbacks. I mean, I'd rather put a huge garden in the middle and let them build out to the lot line rather than have them set back in the front yard, and especially side setbacks. And in the environments you're just describing, these buildings are wall to wall to wall. I don't understand why we have such an insistence on side setbacks here. I mean, that's all.
Fire department.
Yeah, and I thought that was the answer. But that's all missing housing, missing community, missing front porches, touching and connecting with one another. I mean, this is a side tangent. I think that our balcony requirement is very stringent in West Hollywood. We require balconies to be built, and people don't really smoke cigarettes anymore. I mean, this was kind of what it was only used for, and now we get these tiny little I don't know, pitiful looking balconies that still have to be built on everything because our code requires it. And again, I would rather let them build out and then give more green space in the middle.
So we haven't addressed dimensional standards. Does anybody
That's
have
what
any
that's.
strong?
Yeah.
That's a huge conversation.
Well, I mean, it's right there.
Well, that's what I was
I know,
just
but
talking
it's
about.
a big conversation. Come on, you know that.
Michelle, no, I do know that. Michelle, how do you want to attack that one?
I think actually a lot of the green space and open space conversations touch upon that because
Okay.
indirectly we're referencing like maintaining floor plates and site planning elements, so that is helpful. But if anyone has anything else to add, can definitely.
Okay, do we have anything to add? No?
No, I think, we've touched on a few, but I think, some good architects will have better ideas about typologies that would create what we're talking about. Whether it's an interior courtyard, which I love that idea, and by the way, we were known as the courtyard city. I mean, we still have some beautiful courtyard apartments.
Yep.
And it's part of our code. Let's examine that and then,
Incentivize it.
and incentivize it and bring it into the 21st century and what other typologies might create the same effect. But I love the courtyard idea.
Real courtyards, not 10 foot by 10
Yes.
foot by 40 feet tall, which we have seen. So however we can manage that, we should manage that.
Yes, make courtyards great again.
Yeah. Okay, so anti-displacement strategies.
All of the above.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, I don't mean to interrupt the flow, but any chance that we can take a 5-minute break
Yeah,
just so we can stretch and maybe a little bio break and come back? We're halfway through, and I think we're thinking that the next one should flow a little bit more.
Okay,
more
so
quick.
9:45? Is that okay?
A 10-minute break, that'd be fantastic.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, let's get on to our next category.
Fantastic. Next category is discussion on anti-displacement strategies.
Yeah.
And of the ones we kind of discussed, and we've already heard a little bit from Commission, which of those preservation, replacement, tenant support, or funding tools should we prioritize as we further develop the policy?
Can you show us the list?
Yes.
I have a really easy answer. Yes.
I agree. All of the above should be explored.
Because see, this to me doesn't, we already excluded one of these things because it's not a strategy. So these are our three choices?
Yes, an anti-displacement fund can be used for a few different items, like bridge funding for tenants that are vulnerable or destabilized. It can also be used for acquisition of naturally occurring affordable housing buildings. So the specifics of an anti-displacement fund has not been produced, but like it could be as broadly applied or it can be very specific. So if you all have any commentary on that, we can take that too.
I have, one tool that I didn't see discussed in the appendix at all, but it's used in many cities all around us, is a value transfer tax. I mean, we're talking about programs that cost funding. So how do we create funding? We're about to create a ton of value, presumably, if we upzone in different areas of the city. Like looking at Santa Monica, Measure GS, their Measure GS revenue is dedicated solely to whether it's affordable housing protection, tenant assistance, preservation, homelessness. Culver City has one also that I believe the money from Culver City goes into their general fund, and then they can make a decision at the council level about where to dedicate it. And then obviously the city of LA has Measure ULA. I think there's good ways and bad ways to structure a transfer tax. And I think LA has done it in the worst possible way. It needs to be a marginal tax. It can't be a cliff tax. It should only apply to certain housing typologies. But I mean, all of these are great ideas that are mentioned in the report or on our screen now. But at the end of the day, it's a money question. We have to come up with funding to support them. I personally, and we talked about it in long-range planning before, I think that I would love to see funded inclusionary housing like they've started to do in Portland. I think it would dramatically increase the number of affordable housing units that are built, but you have to fund it, and where does the funding come from? So I mean, that is a whole much larger, I'm sure it's a ballot measure too, a value transfer tax, but I think that it's worth further study.
So is that one of the things that we discussed once when we were talking about this, where the city would actually use this fund or this pool of money to actually fund low-income housing in up-and-coming developments?
Yeah, I mean, right now we have, what, a 20% mandatory, required, inclusionary, and you could do something as simple as to say, yes, you still have to provide 20%, but the city will give you, whether it be in the form of vouchers or a master lease agreement, the city will pay for 10% of that. The city will pay for 5% of that. I mean, we have a really high mandatory inclusionary. At the end of the day,
Yeah, but we never get it.
I mean, we get 20% of the base, but
Right.
regardless, yeah, it's 20% of the base. That's how it's written. We get what's written. But regardless, it would allow for a lot more projects to come forward with a lot more affordable units if we're paying for some of them.
Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, so, I tend to think of tenant protection / unit protection policies as falling into two buckets, depending on what you think is, what it is that you're trying to preserve. Whether you think it's the tenant, the low-income tenant, who is being protected, or the unit. And we could say both, but that does get prohibitive at some point, right? If we're saying you can't demolish anything, and
Well, there might be two different policies to achieve two different goals.
yeah, and it can be. I think it's an important distinction because I see a lot of stuff that like kind of mixes it all up together. So I think, to focus first on the on tenant protections, I think that if, for one thing, we could increase our relocation payouts, because what those do is set a floor for negotiation for the cash for keys, right? Like, no one's gonna negotiate a lower relocation amount than they're due by law. Currently, our relocation amount for a 3-person moderate income household is $26,000. So that means each member of that 3-person household, if it's like, say, 3 adults sharing a household, is going to get something around like between $8,000 and $9,000, which really doesn't cover very much, especially given the cost of housing and the cost of moving. And then if you're moving away from your job, now you might have to find a new job. Maybe your kid goes to school in the area, right? Like, I think we have to balance it with not being so high that it becomes the ceiling for negotiations for cash for keys. Right now, I know that the city of LA increased theirs to, I think it's like $90,000 or something for lower income tenants. That's probably too high. So we want to find it somewhere in the middle. So yeah, increasing relocation payouts, especially for lower income households. Again, if we're going to do any level of upzoning of residential parcels that currently have units on them, we're going to expect that to mean growth means something has to get knocked down for something to get built. So how do we sort of mitigate the impacts of that? And then RSO, I think it's good for us to protect this, what did they call it, that long-winded definition that they have in SB 79 and all the other policies, local municipalities, valid control of their, whatever resources, the long-winded way of saying RSO. I think that's worth protecting. The thing about RSO units is that they're not means tested. So you can have higher income tenants in RSO units, and I think that's part of the impact of RSO in and of itself, is just like people don't want to move. Even if you are making more, you don't want to be paying more money. I was just talking to a neighbor of mine today, and he was like, "Oh, I hate this unit. I would move, but I've been here for 15 years and the rent is so low." Totally understandable and rational decision for any human to make. I happen to know that he's not broke, like he could afford to move, but he won't, right? It keeps our housing supply kind of stagnant. It keeps people from moving. And then someone new could move in there who maybe needs to be in an RSO unit. I personally love living in an RSO unit. I've been in mine for 11 years, so yeah, it's great. But I do think, I think that the other thing about RSO is that it's not necessarily affordable, because we have vacancy decontrol. It becomes market rate between tenants. So I feel like we use RSO as sort of a shorthand for affordable, and that's not necessarily, we're not necessarily protecting like lower income tenants by protecting RSO. Although I think that it's important to protect sort of this valid exercise of a municipality's control over units. I think that determining replacement requirements should be based probably on the rent amount that's being paid, not necessarily on the income, for a couple of reasons. Income is easy to manipulate. There are some high wealth individuals who on paper don't make very much in income. They do it every year when tax season comes, right? They make it look like, oh, I don't make very much, but their wealth is high. That's not really what we mean by low income. Like, they're technically low income, but they've got money. The other thing is, like, for instance, with students, right? Like, yeah, the student might be low income because they don't have a job or they have like a part-time job, but their mom and dad's not low income. That's not really what we mean when we're talking about protecting like low income, right? That person has like a safety net, and they're sort of analogous to that high wealth individual, even though on paper their income is low. So I really think like pegging it to the the rent amount, which is something that I only have seen that in the Mellow Act, which is like this kind of obscure, in the coastal zone, that's what they use to determine a replacement and like whether a unit is affordable. It just to me seems like more, and I think because of the city's rental registry that it requires from all multifamily homeowners, that ostensibly maybe it could be sort of easy to know what the rent amount that's been charged for the last year or the last 3 years or whatever is on the unit. And yeah, I do like the idea of having with the fee that developers pay for in lieu of providing an affordable unit under our inclusionary housing ordinance, possibly, depending on how that goes. I like the idea of that fee going towards preservation funds, towards subsidizing the development of more affordable units that folks who are already on our waiting list can then occupy. Yeah, I do think that, you know, again, with this, I think the most important and like sort of the strongest backstop is increasing the payouts for lower income tenants especially.
Thank you. Anybody? Commissioner Hubengardner.
To me, the priority should be making sure that whatever we do in terms of payouts or et cetera, it's about making sure that that person can stay in our community, especially for our senior citizens. You know, for them to lose their home is to lose their community, and that it can be a huge hit. So to me, I know people get put on the list, but the list is ridiculous. And I mean that in the sense of it's huge and you're not going to see housing for God knows how long. So there's no hope that they're going to get a market rate place, and you know, which means they have to leave the community, and which means the probability of them coming back is nil. So to me, I don't know the answer to how that's achieved, but to me that should be the goal. The goal should be protecting our most vulnerable. I happen to be thinking of a few of our neighbors right now, and making sure they're protected. That's what's important to me.
I agree. Any other comments on this one? No? No, that touches on what were in my mind, because I know we've talked about it in Planning Commission meetings before, where, so if someone's elderly is living in a low-income unit and that they need to get, and they're displaced, and they have a fixed income, what happens? Can they go to the top of the list? I assume that would not be okay, but could there be an avenue for that person? Yeah, could there be an avenue for that person to stay in the community and find something that isn't like rent option that they're used to spending, so that, like Commissioner Hubengardner says, they don't have to leave the community, because I agree, they will never come back.
Yeah, I think that's what we're referencing when we speak to lottery preferences, is identifying maybe populations that are the most vulnerable that can be placed at the top of the wait list, and that would require coordination more with RSD, but it is a possibility.
Great.
I have a quick question about that. I don't know if anyone knows the answer. It can be ballpark, but do we know the average amount of time that someone spends on our waiting list for an affordable unit? Like, is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 10 years? Like,
multiple years.
Multiple years. 4,000 on the waiting list is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we don't have that information, Commissioner.
Yeah, okay. But it's a long time, is what I'm hearing.
It's a long time.
It's not immediate, that's for sure. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, under our relocation amounts right now, qualified tenants being older, like 62 or older, living with a disability, having one or more dependent minors, or being terminally ill is what qualifies someone as a qualified tenant. and that payout, that relocation amount right now is also $26,000. It doesn't say, that one's not dependent on how many people are in the household, so it's a little unclear that if you had, like, say, multiple people living in a household who were qualified tenants, if they would each get $26,000, or if it would just be like $26,000 for the household. I'm not sure, but I think that's one thing, again, an immediate thing that could happen, that just like increasing those payout amounts for qualified and lower income tenants. The other thing that I'll mention really fast is that the city of LA and other cities have a right to return policy. I don't really know how well it works, honestly, because it takes like a few years to build a new development.
You've
like,
got to have found a place, and you've
exactly.
got to be somewhere else, and you've
moved
left the
your
community,
whole life to
and
a whole
yeah.
other place, and then you're gonna come back. It's also a little hard because there's not necessarily like a clear time limit on it. So I've worked with a few developers who they finished there, they built a dedicated, affordable unit at the income level that the tenant needs, and the tenant's like, yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. Yeah. Give me a few months. Well, give me a few more months, and now they just have this like vacant, affordable unit that's waiting on a tenant to come back, and there's not really. So with those caveats, but I like the idea of a right to return if it works. I think it's even in the city of LA sort of a newer policy, so it's hard to say whether or not it really works. But I think giving someone that option, and in that way you kind of protect the tenant and the unit, because now you're saying, if based on the rent that was charged, this was like an extremely low income unit or a very low income unit, you're requiring the developer to replace that in the new development. So you've protected that unit, and then, maybe with some guardrails on it, the tenant has the right to return. You're sort of protecting both.
So one thought is consider, and there's a lot of problems with this, but a thought is this stuff doesn't happen overnight. Developers got an idea, you decide they want to do this, you've got to go through the plans, you've got to get implanted, you've got to go through standards, et cetera, et cetera. Perhaps some sort of ordinance that says you can't demo until that person's relocated. Forgetting, the Ellis, whatever. They've got to have found a home in West Hollywood. Something like that, and incentivize the developer to help them find a place.
That's great.
Put part of it on the developer. You want to tear down this, four-unit courtyard place, find homes for these people.
Yep. I'm going to have a couple of examples, and this is kind of odd, but I asked this as a question. What kind of, I hate to use the word policing, but that's the only term I can think of right now. We had a unit in our building who somebody lived in for almost 30 years, and he moved out, and his nephew took over the unit, and the rent didn't change. And then there was somebody down the street who they were roommates, but they got married so that one could keep the low-income unit. Can we ever kind of look at those type of situations? Are they legal? I guess they are. They're married, they're a couple, but they weren't before, and they purposely went through that process so that they could keep the low-income unit. I know this is a stretch, but
yeah, we don't have all the specifics of how the rent stabilization ordinance works, and every of those different cases might be very different. So it's really hard to opine on any of that.
There's an item on the city council agenda on Monday night that addresses some of these. They're providing comments on the program, so might be a good place to weigh in.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move on? No? Next.
I think the next couple of questions deal with housing diversity outcomes. So on the bottom of page 15, there's a couple of tools that can result in housing diversity. So we talk a little bit about maximum average unit size and whether that may be a good policy to implement in maybe graduated in different zones. So meaning, you know, if you do a maximum average unit size, you'll hopefully get smaller units and not get the big luxury units. There's also some discussion about minimum density that requires projects to build a minimum share of allowed unit capacity so that we, again, don't get, you know, super large luxury units, that we're actually getting the density that we're calling for. And then there is a discussion about unit mix incentives, whether we want to encourage a mix of studio, 1, 2, and larger units through incentives or processing benefits. So those are sort of like the 3 different housing diversity tools that we were exploring. So we wanted to get the Commission's feedback on that. Whether one is preferable to another or a hybrid or none.
I mean, I think, okay. Yeah, I think a mix would be smart. We've often talked here on Planning Commission about how there's a lack of 3-bedroom units and how that excludes families, and families are defined in many different ways. So I think we should try to encourage more 3-bedroom units. You know, obviously less 2-bedroom units and less 1-bedroom and studios is a great way just to be able to move into the city if you have that capacity to pay for a studio apartment that's brand new. And then in terms of the size, you know, I'm a proponent of smaller units. You know, given when you look at cities like Tokyo, and even Paris, where people are used to living in smaller units. A family of 4 lives in 600 square feet. I know that's not what we're used to in the United States, but it really is, from a carbon footprint point of view, the right way to go. And if we are serious about, you know, taking care of our environment, that makes a lot of sense. What that unit size should be, I'm not entirely sure. You know, it's like, I do know, because I've studied it in Japan, that 4 people, a family of 4, parents and 2 children can live in 600 square feet. It happens all over Tokyo. So I don't know if that's a way of opening up the conversation to other ideas.
Well, I would say that I concur on the mixed unit typology. I think back to our community conversation. By creating those different typologies, you create a variety in the community, that you mix up the people that are in the building, and therefore you create that diversity in that community. I mean, we are, by definition, in many respects, a very diverse community. And so anything we can do to continue to encourage that, I would be entirely for. The unit size, I think that my only comment on the unit size is, and I live in a pretty darn small house, but everything in my house doesn't just multitask, it multitasks, okay? But so many of the floor plans that we've looked at, and we've commented on it at design review especially, is that they're very poorly designed. And they're not designed to be an efficient use of that small space. And so I think that there's a ton of creativity out there in the world that we could introduce, bring in, think about, not necessarily in terms of prescribing what they do, but in terms of encouraging, facilitating ways to make that small unit incredibly functional and attractive.
Yep, and then you get back to what pencils out at the bottom line.
Mm-hmm. And some of that is the built-ins, you know, it's like the typical cabinets. My kitchen cabinets have that dead space above them because they're IKEA cabinets. And if I had all the time and money in the world, I would rip those suckers out and make them proper to the ceiling cabinets and use that precious, precious space.
Yeah.
You know, and so it doesn't have to be huge and it doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be smart.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think it's incredibly doable and would make for a very attractive unit that people would want to rent.
And it's livable.
And it's livable, absolutely. My house is 900 square feet.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, this is something that I care about a lot, as you all do. And there's more people in my household than there are bedrooms. But if we allow for additional housing capacity and people build, I mean, if you're a developer, you would build nothing but studios. We saw the average rents on what a studio goes for versus every other. But I think the city of LA has proposed like a really interesting solve for this problem that I think that we should really look at and adopt something like it under CHIP. So they put this in 2025. There's an off-menu incentive that if your building provides, I think it's 20% or more 3-bedroom units, then you can get a bonus, an FAR bonus, and an additional story. So it's a carrot, not a stick. But yeah, I mean, there is no, I mean, 3 bedrooms don't have to be for families, by the way. It was my first job I had when I was 25. I lived in a 3-bedroom because it was the cheapest way for me and my buddies to all like afford rent. 3 bedrooms, whether it's for a family or for people that want to have the cheapest rent possible. But it's not attractive to a developer. How do we make it attractive? The City of LA off-menu incentive, I think, is kind of a brilliant way of getting there.
Commissioner Grubauer.
You know, I'm not a big fan of micromanaging unit size and bedroom count necessarily, but I do think the city should encourage to build units where there is demand in this city, and that's probably studio, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. That being said, I think there should be some 3-bedroom units built in the city as well. I think Commissioner Hoopengarner said we should be trying to foster a diverse community, but obviously we wouldn't want to take it too far because I think the demand is for smaller family sizes, whether it's 1 or 2 people. As far as unit size, I don't necessarily want to see enormous luxury units, but I am hesitant to say that we should put some sort of maximum unit size on things. I'm not sure I want to see us build 650 square feet units like they have in Tokyo. They have a very different culture there, and I don't necessarily. I wasn't, if you might recall, when we had the micro units come before us, I wasn't particularly comfortable with the size of those micro units. And I didn't view micro units as sufficiently large to promote people living here in the city long term. So, you know, a 275 square foot unit, nobody's going to live there more than a year or 2, or very few people will. So those types of smaller units will create a transient population.
Those were also particularly poorly designed.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in a 300 square foot unit, and I was there for 5 years when I was in undergrad, and I didn't move away from the area. It allowed me to be in the area that I needed to be until I could afford something more. And this is not to challenge you at all. You know, this is just something I truly believe in. It's like, if we are really serious about climate action, we need to decrease our carbon footprint, and smaller units, you know, more people in one building does do that. So for me, it ticks many boxes that I think are very important, and you could throw that into the bucket of comments that, you know, and let City Council decide how they want to parcel all that out. But I think it addresses multiple issues that we need to address in our current state that people are not taking seriously enough. And we're kind of we are at the tipping point, and we all know that. Everything's on fire right now out there, so I'll stop there.
I would just add that I would actually like to see the data, if there was such a thing. Just because we don't have larger families, I think it's because we don't have larger units. You know, so you get chicken and egg here, but I think that the fact that we don't have 3-bedroom units is why we don't have families.
Yeah, I know people who have moved away because of it.
Yeah.
Not because they
Exactly.
wanted to, but because
Right.
their family outgrew the.
When I worked on the 10-year strategic plan to end homelessness in LA for LASA, we saw that as the most significant challenge is that we ID'd that there were so few 3 units, you know, for 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. Like I would say, to say if you had 1,000 units, 2 units were 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom. That was
Exactly. And so I think our housing stock is very similar to
Yes.
that. Yeah, I know in my neighborhood, the number of 3 bedrooms, I don't even know if any, you know? So so as a result, no, we don't have small families or any families because they just can't fit in the housing stock that we have. So back to my comment about diversity, if we want to have families, then we need to provide the housing for them.
I was going to say the same thing. It's hard to tell whether the market is responding to demand for only 1 or 2 person households or whether 1 or 2 person households are responding to what the market's providing. I think there's a couple of, one thing is that by incentivizing or even mandating really small units, it's a little bit counter to the idea of providing like this universal design that I kept seeing come up in our materials. I worked in a group home with disabled adults for a couple of years before I moved here. And one of the things you notice when things have to be ADA compliant is that spaces are really large. There is no tight space. Like the door needs to be a certain amount of distance from the toilet. The shower's got to be really large because you got to be able to fit a shower chair in there, possibly. The hallways all need to be really wide. You know, the kitchen spaces. There's nothing in there can be tight. So if we want to have universal design, then we can't also have really small units. We can't mandate it at least. I think one of the really effective incentives that we could use to get larger family-sized units is to have maximum average unit size, but exclude 3-bedroom units and higher from the average calculation, right? So you get to leave those out, then you get to create larger units. You could even pile that on with say a penthouse incentive where you get to have maybe the top floor of the building can have larger units that are excluded from the maximum average unit size. I think a minimum density is definitely. So I guess in these tools at the bottom of page 15, top of page 16, I think the hybrid approach and then incentivize larger units by allowing incentives that developers get as relief from that maximum average unit size by providing the things that we want to see. Like if they provide a unit, especially a family-sized unit, an affordable family-sized unit with universal design, great. You get to exclude that from your maximum average unit size, and then you also maybe get to have a penthouse level that has whatever kind of units you want, whatever size you want, excluded from the maximum average unit size or something like that. Yeah, I think that could probably get us where we want to go and also create a nice carrot.
Yeah, that's great. One of the things that I've often say in design review to new projects that are coming in is why are we using pre-pandemic models for post-pandemic projects? I'm so tired of seeing these mixed-use projects coming to the table with big box retail. We don't need big box retail. We need smaller retail. And that goes back to to housing also. How can we incentivize a developer to come to the table with something that's more interesting than 20 studio units, 22 bedrooms, and maybe 1 3-bedroom? Can they mix it up? Can you have smaller units with larger units? everything is so standardized, and I get it, but at this point, like my little speech about global warming and the tipping point, it's like, it doesn't work. So why are we continuing to support that? And I know we don't have that much control, but what can we do to incentivize developers and their designers to come up with something new that creates interesting developments in our city? So have we done any other comments? Commissioner Harris? No? No? Okay, so have we done housing diversity outcomes?
It sounds like we have. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, and then lastly, we want to talk a little bit about our local bonus overlay, our transit-oriented development local bonus overlay, whether we should move forward with that. Should we also move forward with continuing to explore the TODAP per SB 79 requirements? So that's a question. And then we've talked a little bit about community benefits already, so I think we've captured some of that. But I think maybe we start with one of the primary questions. Should we move forward with a TOD overlay and potentially a TODAP? And those can be, those may be two different things. So we could do one and not the other. We could do both. So we just want to get the feedback from the commission on that.
Well, I mean, to me, it seems very clear that the public would like a TODAP overlay.
100%. I've heard absolutely no dissent. I've heard dozens and dozens and dozens of members of the community say we absolutely must have a TODAP.
And that came up in
and I would
city
concur.
council meeting too,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've had bigger turnout for that subject time and time again than just about anything. And so to ignore what the community has to say, I think would just frankly be criminal. I mean, this is what our neighbors want. This is what they've asked for. I say we shouldn't even have a conversation about it. It should be a TODAP.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there are, as we mentioned before, certain areas that I would want to be careful about excluding from growth. But what I'm hearing often from those pushing for a TODAP is to exclude single-family home neighborhoods that are in close proximity to future transit. So that is not the goal, in my mind, of a TODAP. High fire severity, hazard zones, rent-protected parcels, though those are largely excluded from SB 79. I mean, those are areas that I want to see excluded from future growth. I do not think that it makes sense to walk through a front yard on your way down to an escalator to a $15 billion piece of infrastructure. And by the way, you don't have to sell your home. All it did was just increase the property value of the dirt that's underneath. So I am all for alternative in local planning, but I do not want to exclude high resource areas from future housing growth.
I'm sorry, but I would disagree. The people we saw in this room were renters, they were homeowners, they were condo owners, they were people who'd lived here for 40 years, 20 years, 30 years. There was a diversity of people who were 100% for the TODAP. And it was not exclusively single-family homeowners, which, by the way, are only 11% of the community. There was a huge population of renters. I think Mr. Olmachenko, for one, would object to that characterization because he is a renter.
I didn't
We had a
include
number of
Victor in
people who are renters who were adamant about requiring a TODAP. So it is not.
Doing the study doesn't require us to do anything specific. It just gives us information that we can then have a more substantive conversation about, correct?
Well, preparing a TODAP doesn't mean we've approved it.
Exactly.
It prepares it. It looks at the pros and the cons and the ins and the outs and the ups and the downs, and then we make a vote. That's what the purpose of this organization and the city council and the community is to do.
Commissioner Solomon, is that your viewpoint?
Yeah, I mean,
also, or?
Again, I'm not opposed to, especially in light of some of the more vulnerable areas, fire zones, rent protected. I am not opposed to seeing any sort of study that excludes or decreases capacity in those areas.
Yeah.
But those are the areas that I would be concerned about with capacity.
Okay, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I didn't hear Commissioner Solomon's comment, like saying that we shouldn't have a TODAP. I guess my question for staff is, like, is the idea that a TODAP would be wrapped into the ZIP that's already been under construction for a couple of years?
So there are a lot of requirements in order for alternative plan to be considered a TODAP under the SB 79 requirements, right? We have done some of the studies that may help contribute towards the development of a particular alternative plan. We have not done all of those studies as required per SB 79, but the framework is there. So some of the initial groundwork has been done, right? We've tested capacity, we've done the analysis. So a lot of that work has been done, but it hasn't been specific to the requirements for SB 79 specifically. So if directed to do so, we would have to then take what we have, fine tune it, but we wouldn't be starting from ground zero. We would be starting from a very good point because a lot of analysis has already been undertaken. But we still have to go through the requirements per the state guidelines.
Okay. Commissioner Edwards, Commissioner Gokor, any comments?
Yeah, I already spoke earlier about it. I definitely think the city should explore the possibility of a TODAP. And if I understand, a local bonus overlay could be the same thing, right? Presumably a TODAP that might provide some relief to the community probably would involve having a local bonus overlay that would perhaps encourage more development in certain areas of the city, right?
Yeah, and again, with the transit-oriented development alternative plan, so if we were to implement that, those would become the new standard developments for those particular parcels or properties if eligible. Without it, developers can either opt into the SB 79 requirements as written, or they will need to develop with the development standards that the city has in place at the time. So whatever we have in place right now is what's in play. If we did our own plan, TOD plan, what am I going to? Those would be in place. A developer would have to comply with those. As if we don't do a TODAP, if we did, then that changes the whole scheme of things. So, there is a benefit to having our own TOD plan if we don't move forward with the TODAP.
Well, yeah, I definitely think city council needs to know what all of the options are, and it seems like the TOD overlay, bonus overlay, should be explored as well as a TODAP.
I would just, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, is there any time restriction on when a TODAP has to be done?
Last week.
that maintains compliance with SB 79?
No, there's no requirement for a city to adopt a TODAP, and there's no time limit for a city to adopt a TODAP.
Okay. But until we adapt one, or until we have one that we can at least look at, right now SB 79 is the law of the land.
Correct.
Okay.
I would just add for point of reference, because I think I'm the only one here who was here and involved in the general plan process when we went through it. When we went through that process, being West Hollywood, we were very progressive. We upzoned a number of our lots. We added a mixed-use overlay bonus with the idea of incentivizing housing. And that came back to bite us in the ass, because the state then implemented laws that allowed developers to use both state law and the mixed-use bonus without creating the related affordable housing. So in the absence of some real stringent requirements and clarifications, I would probably not be in support of a bonus overlay for precisely those reasons. We've got state law that is already just hamstringing us in terms of determining who we are and how we are as a community. And if we add a bonus overlay, we then can get trapped by state law into something with some serious unintended consequences that I would be very loath to vote for.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, I was just, if there is, given the earlier conversation about sort of the construction dead zone that exists after 8 stories when you go to class 3 construction, if there is any sort of bonus overlay, something that's next to future transit, it doesn't make sense to zone anything for 12 stories. It's not feasible. That won't get built. So I don't know what the end of the dead zone is about when it does become feasible. If we're thinking about doing a bonus structure for TOD specific, even closer than a quarter mile, maybe the 5-minute walk watershed, but it would have to be a significant incentive because a couple of extra stories doesn't do anything whenever SB 79 is already there at what, a quarter, it's at 75 feet.
200, a quarter mile, and then half a mile, 200 feet.
So I'm open to exploring it. Like you said earlier, it's just more information, but any sort of incentive, I think, would have to be like a significant increase as far as construction feasibility.
Commissioner Harris?
Yeah, I would love to see a TOD bonus. I think obviously there are some parcels that are currently zoned for lower density development that people are concerned about. I don't really think it's a great idea to have low density parcels within proximity to transit. It just doesn't make sense. I think because our region is somehow like 100 years behind the rest of the world, we're just now putting in all this transit. Well, I mean, we had transit and then we took it out and now we're putting it back in. And so this low density happened before the transit came, totally understandable. But now that we're planning for that, it just doesn't make sense for it to continue to remain low density because it's low density now. I think there's a lot of ways to accommodate additional density. I mean, when you zoom out and you're talking about stuff like units per acre, which a lot of this material does, you're really just talking about a couple more units per acre per parcel, which we don't have parcels that are an acre. We're not in the countryside. And so we could even, for instance, like a small lot subdivision ordinance that's specific to the city of West Hollywood that applies to like an R2 zone or even an R3, even R4 zone. It creates the ownership opportunities, which one of the public commenters sent an article from like Planning Magazine or something that was talking about. What was it called? The Planning Report, that's right. And I think one of the things that resonated with me was the loss of home ownership opportunities. So it would be really cool if we could create denser home ownership opportunities like townhouses, small lots, even like condo buildings, smaller condo buildings on these lots, along with the other added density that we're talking about. And I think that's something that we could incentivize through a TOZIP. I'm just going to combine them.
I would just like to add a point about this comment about the dirt underneath your home will become more valuable, because that is not entirely true. Depending on where your dirt is, and depending on what is built next door, it may in fact make your home unsaleable. And furthermore, it means that you would be required to sell. And I think one of the things that has been missing from staff's analysis is how many of our single family and condo homeowners are actually retirees living on a fixed income, and if they lose their home, again, will lose their community. So there are many homeowners in this community who worked and saved and built and repaired and upgraded their houses and paid off their mortgages, and now they're retired and living on a fixed income. And their cost of living now is, as they planned it to be, substantially lower than if they had to go out into the West Hollywood housing market right now and rent an apartment. So I think it's important that we actually look at our single-family homeowners and understand the impact of this on them as well as everybody else. And it's not as cut and dried as is being written about and talked about. And I think that there are a lot of our homeowners who are in a place where if they have an 8-story building built to the east of them and completely kills their garden because there's no more sun left, their quality of life disappears, and now they're forced to sell and leave, and they can't afford to rent an apartment in West Hollywood because their mortgage payment, their monthly cost of living is actually below a luxury apartment. Okay? My house is smaller than a lot of condos in this town, smaller than a lot of apartments in this town. And so I think that people need to really quit making these generalizations and really look at the data about who are we and who is our community and understand it.
Commissioner Harris.
Clarifying question. Why are they forced to sell? What?
If you never see the light of day again.
Oh, you're saying because a larger apartment building is built next to them.
You're surrounded by 8-story buildings in your little tiny bungalow. And let's say, I know more than a few of our neighbors who've spent their whole life building a garden. And now their garden is dead because it sees 0 sunlight, okay? Now what's their quality of life, okay? Now let's forget about the green space we're killing, but the fact of the matter is you don't have to sell. No, I never said they did. But you're going to be in a place where you have to sell.
Yeah, I mean, I think saying that they're forced to sell, I understand the sentiment, but I do think it's a wee bit dramatic, right? They're not forced.
They're not forced to sell. I don't think,
Yeah.
if I said that, I did not mean that. Okay, but they're in a place where they don't have an alternative because they have no quality of life.
Well, yeah, but, so this goes back a little bit to my conversation about how we need to change our perception of quality of life, potentially. Like 4 people living in 600 square feet in Japan, and people live successfully. Okay, so now this single-family home is surrounded by 10-story structures. Do they move or do they stay and just adjust their quality of life? So, I mean, that's the decision that that person needs to make. I understand exactly what you're talking about because people buy homes based on the current zoning, and now the zoning's changing. SB 79 could totally throw a wrench into all of it at any time. I get it. I mean, we understand. So Michelle, do we have all the information that you need? Or do you have all the information that you need?
Yes, we got
Great.
through all the questions. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to Michelle. Thank you for everything you did, for everything that staff has done. This is a lot of labor, and I know that a lot of people here in the dais have provided a lot of input and a lot of time and a lot of thinking on it. So I just want to, give praise also to my peers for all the work that you've done in the past to bring this forward. And then I would say that's a community effort, team effort. So thank you.
Yeah, I want to say the same thing. Thank you, staff. Thank you, commissioners, for a really great discussion. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you for all that came and already left. We appreciate your comments. And I think I'll...
One more thing.
Oh, go ahead.
David and Joe.
Well, we're not done yet, so...
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. So just wanted to briefly mention that we're going to summarize all of the information, that we're going to package it for the City Council when they hear the actual policy items. So we're going to make sure that we capture your feedback, and we'll have minutes so they can also review that as well. So we'll be presenting that to the City Council at the next milestone, which is going to be the review of the actual policy framework and hopefully direction to staff. They'll consider your comments today. I also wanted to mention that we will be posting the presentation that was presented today in our Engage WeHo website, so folks can see that. We'll post that probably tomorrow, hopefully by lunchtime, so everybody can take a look at that if they want to review that a little bit more closely as well.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, item 13, excluded consent calendar, we have none. And item 14, items from the staff, planning manager's update. Let us know what's coming up.
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair. So we have a couple of items. There is one item here on August 6th, which may or may not happen. It's just the subcommittee appointment. So we might actually wait till we have an item, a meaty item to discuss and then bring that forward. But the next big item on our docket right now is the general plan amendment for the open space element update. So that is scheduled for September 3rd. And then September 17th, we have sort of a routine code cleanup, code maintenance item that staff will be bringing forward. For long-range planning project subcommittee, the next meeting is August 20th, and we'll be actually reviewing that annual code cleanup, those maintenance items. So little routine items that need fixing in our zoning code just for maintenance. For design review subcommittee, there is an item on July 23rd, and that's the project at 1138 North La Brea, the mixed-use project that's just north of Total Wines and More. And then there are no items till September 10th, which is a project at 1030 North Sierra Bonita. That's a 7-story, 12-unit multifamily residential building. So that's before you in the coming months.
Great, thank you. So can I ask staff if we can have August off then?
Can I?
We can't.
You don't have to answer that right now.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll consider that, but I think there might be a project or two that are currently tentatively considering August, but
in the middle of August.
Probably the second meeting in August, but we're not sure just yet.
Okay. Any questions?
Just a comment that if we could not have a meeting on the 6th, it would make me very, very happy.
I want August off. All right. David, do we have any public comments?
No public comment.
Great. Items from the commissioners? Thank you for hanging out so late. So I would like to adjourn today's Planning Commission meeting for our next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, which could take place on Thursday, August 6, 2026 at 6:30 here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for keeping us going.
And how we can help build and continue to impact that community over time.
It's 2024. We're here making sure that we not only commemorate and remember all the work that we've done but need to do, but the work doesn't end here. The work that we do to expand PrEP and PEP access, the work that we do to make sure people are getting tested and treated, and the work that the city is doing with their HIV Zero initiative, and the important work that we need to do throughout Los Angeles County continues. And so it's a great jumping off point and recommitment point for the work that we all have to do to make sure we're doing everything that we can to fight back against HIV and AIDS.
training where we're sewing in straight lines. After the third line, then we teach you how to make a seam. It's fun to see certain people take off and pick it up really quick, and then some people